Hello, hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to yet another episode. Today we've got a tiny little thing that we need to work on before we can continue the user registration. Last night I couldn't figure it out. I was like flagging badly. I needed to get some sleep. But we got some sleep and feeling better. So hopefully we can figure out what was going on. It was basically with the tabs. There was a lot going on. It was in the auth form. With the tabs and all that. Inside of auth tabs. And here we are. And we'll see if we can't sort that out. Okay, so let's get our browser up and running. So the issue we have is this login form not displaying the tabs. And I kind of touched base with it last night. I remember there was something to do with the data inside of here. There was something in here because it was rendering props. Because if we do ... props, then suddenly it works fine. Actually, it's weird. I need props in there, which doesn't make sense, but it works. Also, I don't know if you remember, we're like at 100 or so problems, and we're down to 41 problems. We're hopefully going to solve all those problems. So the moment we pass in props, look, then suddenly we get the login button. Isn't that strange? And when I checked what was in props, it was these things. So unless it's things like... I wonder what it could be. The original one was... was literally just tab. Oh, actually, I don't remember. We didn't do children in here, I think. Did we? And then it complains about that, it compiles about that. But let's see if it will actually compile. I want to see if it is children, because then we're gonna have to work around that. Okay, it's not good. Okay, so we know full width is in there. So let's destructure full width indicator label selected. Let's try those. And then we're just gonna do each one, like full width is full width, indicator is indicator, just to figure out what is causing it to render. Label is gonna be label. Selected is gonna be selected. Because obviously it's inheriting all the props. Hey Len, I just started now. Welcome. Damn, so it's none of those. So when it uses the spread operator as props, then it works fine. I wonder if it could be value. Value equal to value. And then let's just obviously get value from props as well. It could be value. Maybe it is value. No, it's not. It's still invisible. Huh. What are we missing? We have value. We have full width. We have indicator. We have label. We have selected. Could it be text color? I doubt it, but let's also destructure text color. This is everything in props. What? So it was text color? That was weird. Okay, so now it's at least showing it. It's not working yet, but it's showing it. So we're missing something on props still. Have I seen CSS Houdini? No, I haven't. Okay, so it makes sense that the color makes it show up. So then what are we missing? Could it be children? Could it be... Huh. There's full width. There's indicator. There's label. We've got the on change already. There's selected. So there is component, indicator, text color, value. We have value, right? Yeah, we have value. What if it's... What if it is children? Should we render children into it? Like just there? And see? Because I'm not allowed to destructure props. Well, I'm not allowed to use a spread operator according to ESLint. Okay, that's not it. Wait, does it look the same though? I can't remember what it looked like before. I mean, I guess we could just do this. Okay, this is what it was like before. And let's just have a look. Maybe it is and I just didn't realize it. Oh, it was full width, right. Mine was like on the side. Okay, so it's definitely missing something. But aren't we passing full width? Full width is full width. Maybe I should just be passing full width like that. Now it will be full width. Nope. Ah, this is frustrating. So when we get props from this, whatever is in here. Wait, we could just look again in the console. There's full width, there's indicator, there's label, there's on change, there's selector, there's text value, there's value 1. That's all there is. So why when we do ... props does it work? What changes? Why does that work? I mean, we have all these props in ours. And if I have full width on check, it doesn't change anything. I'd love to move on from this. Damn. Okay, let's figure out another way. If it's calling props, wait, why is this complaining first? There. So if it's calling props, that means it's being passed something, right? That means it's getting props. So something must be giving link tab something. And there's only a label. Wait. Could it be the label that's missing? Wait, but we added label, didn't we? We did. And when I have this as link 1, it's not like it changes anything. Could it be props being inherited from tabs, maybe? Could it be that? The way it's set up? Could it... Because link tab is inside of tabs. But what would props be? And why does it work when we do ... props? We literally don't need any of this. The way they did it was literally just ... props. And that's all. They add ... props and it works. So then we hit login and hey look, it works. Like what? Let's find the component. What is it called again? Not auth tabs. I think it was a tab menu. Link tab, there it is. Could it be that key? There's full width. So that does affect it. Let's see if we edit I wonder if it's not key. What happens if we change value? Nothing. It has no effect on it. Imagine it's key. Here's tab. It's got two children, 0 and 1. Oh, changing that will change which one you're on. Interesting. It's weird that the object is empty. I wonder if key gets added automatically, or if that's something that we're adding somewhere else. Because then it might be key. So just like this, and we will get nothing. Yeah, so nothing appears. Let's try adding a key. No, it's not a key. Oh man! So a handle change will basically just set the value. And this is a tab panel. Value is like equal to value. And the index is 0. So what's causing it to show again? These are the link tabs. So it's a component, and link tab is basically returning a component, so an A, so a link. On click, prevent default, and then dot dot props. Could it be everything from tabs? Is that what it was importing, maybe? Is that how props work? It inherits? That's probably what it is. Because if this is a child and that's the parent, the child should inherit all the parent's props. I think. Let's try that. Let's give it all. Let's try. So variant. Value equal to value. We do extract value. On change. Let's not worry about on change. Let's not worry about that. Let's try that. We're gonna figure this out, no matter what. Arakan, hey! How are you doing? How are you? It's weird that it doesn't accept variant as full width. But what if we do full width like that? Where is it getting full width from? That's what I want to know, because it's got variant of full width. But where's it physically getting full width from? Could it be somewhere else, like deeper? Who's calling tabs? Auth menu? Your auth form? Auth form? You're calling auth tabs? Which is inside of dialog title, which is inside of dialog. Oh man. Tab handler. There is a tab handler. Let's try that. So it's not accepting anything. It's not accepting full width, nothing. What are you working on? I'm trying to get the tab to work without spreading the props, because spreading is not allowed as a standard, and that's what they were using. So I'm trying to figure out how not to spread it and see what props it needs to work. I'm not having much success right now. It's not the IDs or the controls. Just gonna test everything. Oh, interesting. Now we're on this one, and not that one. That's interesting. All because of value. So value does affect it somehow. Interesting. Okay. Hmm. Is it full width or full width? Let's try that out. Okay, nice. Nice, we're getting somewhere. It's full width now. But the clicking doesn't work. Okay, but we're getting somewhere. Text color. This should allow us to see it now. That's weird, everything goes white when I click on it. Oh, it's an error. Capitalized string expects a string argument. Ref tab, forward ref tab. Could it be full width that's causing the issue? Nope. Okay, let's see if it's full width that is... Wait, but it was working just now, wasn't it? Oh, interesting. Okay, so I don't think full width was the issue. We added text color. I think it's text color that broke it. Because full width was fine. Yeah, I was like about to say it was working. Let's narrow this down. Okay, there you go. So now it's full width. That's great, but now we can't see anything, obviously. Do I need label, maybe? And add them one by one until it breaks again. Okay, not label. How about selected and value? Nope. Okay. Okay, so it's not on change. It's none of these. And I can't stick the children there. So let's maybe stick the children there and then close the tab. Gotta try everything. Okay, so it's not the children. It's weird that text color broke it though. And if we copy text color primary from tabs, maybe that's what I was complaining about previously. Oh, look at that. Oh. Okay. Getting somewhere now. On change, handle change maybe? But it doesn't have access to handle change. Do we have value set? We do. I doubt that'll make a difference, but because we had it showing up before, the text did show up before. We've got this now, which is new. That didn't work. But we're now missing the text. Could it be value maybe? Should I set value to 0, like a static value, and see what happens? No. We could also try to selected equal to selected. And label equal to label maybe? Nope. What did we use last time? I wish I remembered now. It has ID. Wait, I wonder if I added it to this that made it show. Oh, it is! What? Okay. Okay. I mean, that's probably why. So should we set these to value and on change? Oh man. Okay, there's definitely something here. We're getting closer, I can feel it. We're so close now. This one has a prop of value. Was it tab index or... No, there was a value here on one of these children. I don't know what that does, the one. There, value. So if I change this to 1, interesting. Change that to 0, change that to 2. Okay, interesting. What about the on click? That's preventing default. I wonder what that does. Let's remove that. That could be preventing it from moving. No, it's not. Okay, let's take the values off. Either that or we need to set the values manually. This is 0 and this is 1. Maybe that's it. Maybe we have to specify the values. That's tab 0, that's tab 1. Oh, there you go, it's on login now. But it's not changing on click. Handle change is basically set value to the new value. Tab panel. Okay, so tab panel will display the value based on value. So if you value 0, it will show that. If it's value 1, it will show that. On change should basically not increment, but set. So it needs to take in an event and set the new value. So maybe these need to be on click. Okay, but wait, what is calling handle change? I don't know, but let's try this. Okay, no, that didn't work. So I don't think it's an on click. I don't think we should be assigning values. It's something else. So when you click this, it needs to call handle change and set the value to this tab's value. I want to see what handle change currently does. Okay, we're good. Let's see what happens. I don't think it's called yet. Okay, so there is no on change. So let's maybe create a new function test is going to be the new value. And literally all we're going to do is set value to the new value. I guess we could also have tab value. And then on click. Let's do an on click test. This is 0. I don't know if we can do that. I don't know if it's allowed. But let's just test. And this could be test 1. So essentially we're calling the on click call test and give it a value of 0, which will update state to 0. No idea if it will work, but logically I think that's what's going on behind the scene. I have no idea how they did it. They literally just imported props. So we have to find like the long way around. Too many re-renders. Okay. So that's not the way we do it. Damn it. I think I already tried setting a value. So those are the tabs up there, tab 1, tab 2. On change, so when the tabs change, handle change. Handle change is the one that's going to update the values. So then what causes these to change? What causes link tab? What did they do before? Okay, you know what? Let's go to the tabs demo. And let's see if there's another example that doesn't use props. Because here's a simple one. Please don't tell me they're just props, imported props again. So far so good. Wait, is this a tab or a tab panel? These are linked tabs. Okay, so it's not a tab panel. We don't care about tab panels. We care about the tabs themselves. Let me just double check those were tabs. They were tabs. Beautiful. So the tabs have labels, and then they have alley props assigned to them. Oh. Oh. Do we still have alley props? Did I get rid of it? Yeah, we still do. Okay, so we just had to pass an ID. What did they do? Just alley props, so as a function call. So they passed in alley props, log in. Oh, because I said it directly. So aliprops should return that, but there was an issue last time. Unexpected token. How about that? And this one needs to be sign up. Because I assume aliprops is what's changing the prop value on the tab, and then that causes an on-change to fire up for the parent, which then changes the tab panel itself. We might have to rework this because I've already got ARIA controls and ID, but let's just see what happens. Okay, that's not changing, but it might be because... Oh, interesting, we got aliprops. There's aliprops. That was for nav tab sign up, right? There's nav tab sign up. And then this one is nav tab and a login, yes! So those are the two, so that's how they were doing it. Aha! Excellent. Now... Now we need to figure out how to return that in a non-object form. So to get around this, we can have a... We could have a function that returns ID equal to ID, ARIA controls equal to ARIA controls. But let's find an easier way first. There has to be something, because right now this is going to return an object, which is not quite what we want, and I don't think it's going to work. Yeah, it's not working. Because aliprops returns an object, that's why. And then they use the spread, unless... Done. Won't I have access to aliprops? I think I will. I think I will. If I destructure aliprops, and then we log aliprops, aliprops, I think I should be able to access it. Then I could set ID and the ARIA controls to that. Yes, I can. I legitimately can. Amazing. But how do we access ARIA controls? Okay, this is what aliprops looks like. Hold on. There. Okay, so if we have access to ARIA controls, that means that we could set ID equal to aliprops.id, and ARIA controls. I think it was just ARIA controls like that. Do I have it somewhere? I think it was just ARIA controls. Yeah. So ARIA controls equal to aliprops.aria. I don't think you can have a hyphen in the name though. Maybe we can do it like this. No, maybe we can do it like this. Yes. Let's try this out. Because we're returning a single tab, but the ID and the controls will change, theoretically. There's nav tab login. It has an ID. ARIA controls on nav tab panel login. Okay, so it does have it. It has nav tab panel login. And this one is nav tab panel sign up. And ID. Okay, so it is adding ARIA controls and ID. Let me remove that now to make sure it was adding it and it wasn't getting it somewhere else. Okay, so login. Yeah, there's no ID on it now. So we were adding it successfully. Okay, good. The only issue is then, what value am I supposed to change? That's adding it for each one. How am I supposed to force a change? Let's see, what were they doing? What forced the change here? That was tabs. On change. But what forced the change? When you click on it, is there a tab label? There's no click, there's no nothing. There's tab panels. Oh, but we already have tab panels set up like that, so I don't think we have to worry about that. Is it maybe I should just literally use a tab label? Tabs. Value equal to value. On change handle change. Okay, maybe let's try not using custom links tabs and just using the regular built-in tabs and see what happens. What? Really? That works? Is it because of the spreading? Please don't tell me it's the spread operator. I wonder if it's adding all of these to it. Let's see what happens if we remove alley props. Does it still work? Please don't work, because that would just be annoying. It seems to be taking longer and longer to compile. Okay, here we go. What? This is a joke. It has to be a joke. How is it doing that? How? How's it physically... Then why wouldn't link tab work? I think they were just trying to be too fancy with link tabs. If it's literally just tab and you add your label to it, it works. Wow. I get why the alley props are there, because otherwise I don't think they have an ID right now or anything. It's just a button. Tab index 0. Wait, these are all a tab index 0. They all have a value of 1. Why? That's weird. They all have a value of 1. Are they running React here? Yeah, they are. Let's check the simple example and see if theirs is also the same. So currently it's 0, 1, 2. Okay. Could it be state? Is it state? Because I see state is changing. Maybe it is state. What is theirs called? Theirs is called value. See if we have a value as well. Oh, there's our value. Value. Oh, there you go. Okay, there you go. So ours is working. Now we know. All we need is one that says login and sign up. Literally just that. And it needs alley props. And I assume ... alley props, it's gonna spread it on to it. Meaning ID Does that mean we didn't need all these things that I was doing here? We just needed ID and ARIA controls. So I can get rid of all of this. Let's try. Let's try create a link tab now. So let's undo this, and then we redo this because we know it's working. And then we have label, but we get rid of everything but alley props. There you go. No, it breaks it. Like straight up breaks it. That's so weird. So link tab should be returning a tab, which is what that is. It should be returning a tab. Oh, maybe we should pass back in label, because we did take label off. And then have label on, because that is what's passed in. I assume that might be it. No, it's not. And we also lose full screen, which is the weird part. I'm okay with not using this custom component, if it means we get it working. There's like no benefit for us doing that. Okay, yeah, for sure. Okay, so this doesn't work. Officially, we're not using this. So what does work is just a plain old tab. It's crazy, like the simple approach works. Okay, what's complaining now? Unexpected. Oh, I'm closing tabs. My bad. Let's just close these before it renders. There you go. Well, at least we came to a solution. Just this rendering is going to be the end of me. So long to render. I think with all the changes we made, we broke it. Okay, beautiful. So now it works like it did before. And our linter won't complain because we're not using the spread operator. Now we just need to figure out how to add nav tab login to it and the ARIA controls. I guess we could do it manually. If there was a lot, we could do it dynamically, but there's literally just ID and ARIA controls. We could legitimately do that manually, unless there's another way. It doesn't want us to use spread. Like, that's the only annoying part, because if I could do the spread, so like this, but it won't let us do this. If we did dot 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 alley props, then we would be fine. Because you'll see now login won't have anything, sign up will, and it should still work. Maybe we can find a solution to spread. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. Okay, so let's compare login. You'll see login has no ID, no nothing, no ARIA controls. And then this one has ARIA controls as well as ID. Look at that. So how do we get that without manually specifying it and without using the spread operator? Let's first look at if there's a solution with ESLint. Maybe they can give an example of how to work around spread. The dot dot prop, yeah. Dot dot props, yeah. Okay, so there's no solution around that. Because I see what it's doing. It's calling aliprops, giving it sign up, and then aliprops returns a object, and then it spreads that object. So one solution that comes to mind is we can have a function, aliprops, that takes in a parameter type, and then obviously the ID. So type is what do you want, an ID or ARIA controls. So then you do ID equal to that, blah blah equal to that. But that just seems so much more complicated. So this absolute final solution here is just to copy these by hand. So adding ID equal to that, area controls equal to that, and then doing the same for the login, because it's only 2 of them. Wait, we did it for the wrong one. Sign up is this one. There you go. So then they'll have the ARIA controls, they'll have the ID, it will work. We don't have to call a function, we don't have to use the spread operator, and best of all, our linter will be happy. Happy linter, happy life. It's the wife I never thought I would have. And best of all, it still works. And now let's just make sure the IDs and the ARIA controls still match. Okay, so that is navtab panel login. Great. And the other one is navtab panel signup. Beautiful. Cool. So it works. Wow. To think how much we changed. And it was literally just something as simple as that. Just having tab. Well then. I don't know how to feel about that. There is always a way, right? I'd still like to come back to this, but for now, it's fine. So that means we don't need ID for tab panel anymore, I think. Well, actually we do... What did we have before? What was the original? The original was for the nav tab panels. Oh, you still had login and sign up. And their example? Do they use IDs? Tab panels? No, they don't. So ID of login, ID of sign up. That's the tab panels. Then these are the tab links. So this will be changed to auth form. So shouldn't ARIA controls belong to the login instead of the same one? Let's go see what ARIA controls is. Oh, so I was right. How's your project going, I reckon? And I was right. So controls is what it controls. So when you click on that tab, it should control login. There you go. I've mainly been working through algorithms and free code camp as of now. Okay, nice. How's that going? A lot more starting to click. Oh, that's awesome. So it feels great being able to actually understand the things better now, huh? So maybe we should call this auth menu. Is it a nav tab? It's more like an auth tab, isn't it? So auth tab login, auth tab sign up, and then auth tab panel. I need to close this because it's chowing like crazy. I think there was a memory leak. Okay. So we can have auth tab login, auth tab sign up, auth tab panel login, auth tab panel sign up. Beautiful. And then you have the login form, and then you can have a sign up form. Beautiful. So if I click on login form, that shows us our login form. Yep. Okay. Much, much better. Okay, now that that's working, let's fix this. Let's fix the auth tabs. Wait, so is this the auth form? This is, yeah, so this is auth form. It has auth tabs, and auth tabs has a tab panel with login and sign up. Beautiful. Okay, that makes sense. Cool, let's clean up this entire mess, shall we? Import make styles, we're already doing that. Great, great. Login form, tab panel. We're gonna get rid of tab panel because it was an absolute nightmare. Then again, hold on. No, wait. We are using tab panel. Yeah, tab panel is the good one. Almost got rid of it. Lol. Tab panel is good. Value, index, ID. What is ID? What do we pass to tab panel? Oh, ID equal to... Oh. Never mind. It already generates it for us. So all I really need to give it is login and sign up. And it should be auth, tab panel, and then the ID, login and sign up. Aria labeled by auth, tab. Is there auth tab sign in? Oh, there's auth tab sign up, I mean, labeled by. And this is not nav, this is auth tab panel, login, auth tab panel, sign up. Oh, so that's how that works. You have a custom tab panel, you give it these things, value index ID, and then you get value index, where's index? And ID. Auth tab panel on the ID. Auth tab ID. Okay. So that's how tab panel worked. So maybe it was the hidden part that I needed. But I'm not gonna go waste time and try to get it working. I don't think it'll be worth our time. I'm just thinking about the cool things I could make if I just keep learning like this. I'm excited, right? I think you're gonna make a bunch of incredible things. You must be sure to share them with me. I really want to see them. I wonder what role is. What is role? The role that it serves? Because there's nothing on it. What is role? Role tab panel. I'll just leave it like that. ID, auth tab panel, ID, aria labeled by auth tab ID. I guess that is its children. Let's try tab one more time, but we said selected. Let's try it one more time. I'll give it one more chance. But then we do selected equal to value not equal to index. And then we pass in index. Oh no, did I get rid of ali props? I did. No! Got to be adventurous, you know. Let's not give up that easily. So now it needs selected. Okay, so this is the old one. Link tab. Still have label. ID. So all it needs is ali. I think I needed ali props. Let's give it ali props equal to ali props and give it an ID. Hold on. Login. And then do the same for this one. And this one's going to be sign up. So it needs label and ali props. Oh, we also need ID and value. ID equal to 0. Wait, was it ID or index? No, it was index. Index equal to 0. This index is equal to 1. And then we also need value set to value. Value set to value and value set to value. And then, are we pulling label? Label equal to label. Selected equal to value not equal to index. ID aliprops.id aria controls aliprops aria controls. Okay, I think that was all we needed to pass. And if it doesn't work, I'm gonna burn it in a fire and we'll just forget about it, like it never happened. What technologies, frameworks do you use? Right now I'm using React. With Material UI backend, I'm using Node with Mongoose. I mean, it just seemed to have gotten a whole lot worse, didn't it? How does it disappear like that? It's crazy. Link tab is literally just a tab like we had before, with label set to what label was passed in, selected, which is value not equal to index, ID. Yeah, you know what? You know what? Goodbye. I'm not going to waste my time on this, especially when it doesn't bring anything to us at all. It doesn't add, it doesn't enhance anything, so we're just going to get rid of link tab. And this can go like that, and we're going to bring back the actual tabs here. So like that and like that, and that should be it. And our tab panel should be fully functional again. There we go. Great. Just make sure that it still works like it used to. Perfect. Yeah. Great, let's just clean it up and we can move on to the next component. Children, okay, these need to be added to prop validation. We can do that. We don't need that. And just make these. Okay, so this is login. Tab panel is going to be created here. So it's going to be auth tab panel login, depending on what ID was. Great. So is this still auth tab panel login? It is. Does it match? Auth hyphen. Yeah, cool. So the ARIA controls do match. And then it's labeled by auth tab login. Is there an auth tab? Yes, there is. Okay, perfect. Cool, so let's add prop types. We have close handler. Do we have close handler? No, it's tab handler. Did we not have... Oh. Did we not have close handler? Must have removed that. Okay, so that is a function and it is required. What else is missing from validation? I think it's just these things. And that is for tab panel. Let's add this over here, and we're just gonna do, was it tab panel? Yes, it was. Perfect. So you're gonna have children, you're gonna have value, you're gonna have index, and you are also gonna have ID. Okay, so ID is a string. Index is a number. And ID is a string. Yeah, index is a number. What else was there? Value. What is value? Value is set in state. Value is, okay, a number. Prop types dot number. So value, index, ID, those are all required. Children. Children is for tab panel this. What is children? It's a component, isn't it? Is it though? What is actually children? Let's look at prop types real quick. Let's look at what options we have. Actually, let's find out what children really is. So here, let's log children type of children, because it actually might be a string, but it could be a component. You can pass anything down. If I pass a component in, I wonder what it will be referred to as. Probably a component. But I don't know if the type checking supports that. So children type is an object in the one case, and then in the other it's a string. Right, because there's an auth form. isn't there? There's a login form there. Ha! And we can't really use any. Damn, that's a bit tricky. Maybe we should do any, but our launcher is going to complain about any. This one, maybe prop types.node. Anything that could be rendered. Numbers, strings, elements, or an array, or fragment containing these types. Prop types.node. That could work. Prop types.node. Because if I put any, check, our launcher is going to complain. It's going to be like any is forbidden. So I think node should be fine. And then let's reload this and make sure we don't get any prop validation. Great, there's no errors, beautiful. But we do, okay, but let's move on one thing at a time. Get this done first. Tab panel. Great, great. Auth tabs, cool, cool. Handle change, set value tab handler. Get rid of that. Prop types is sorted. Auth tab, prop types is sorted. Yeah, we're good. This is fully cleaned. Can move on. Let's make sure that these are still labeled correctly though. This is auth tab panel login, which controls it. Well, it controls auth tab panel login, which is this. Actually, hold on. This is saying it's labeled by auth tab login. Where's auth tab login? Because I was pretty sure it was going to be this, but this doesn't have an ID attached to it. It's a tab panel. It's labeled by this. Log in, wherever we have that. Okay. Did I close it now? Oh, I closed it, damn it. Bring it back. Okay, so you are labeled by... Where's the label? We had a label here. I think that is labeled over here. In the auth menu? No, it's not tabs. Is it login? No, it's not login. Is it? It's here. It's labeled by this, auth form. that should be fine. What was I looking for? The label for this, the ID for this, because it's an auth form. Is it this? No. This? This needs an ID. Because then this, auth tab login, that's the ID we need, auth tab login. So we just need to give it an ID. Oh, we're conditionally rendering the... Wait, can I still set an ID? Can I set it in there? No, I can't. Wait, it has an ID. It has an ID of auth form, but then why? Hold on. There is an ID. It was a dialogue, right? It was a dialogue title, yeah. It should have had an ID. There you go. Labeled by auth form. Those are labeled by. But then where's auth form? Did it strip it? Or am I just blind and I'm not seeing it now? There's label, auth form. So we must change that to auth form tabs. Okay, that's very strange that the ID is just gone. Skylar, hey, is this for the official web app? I mean, I don't know what you mean by official, but it is going to be for the app, yeah. Oh, do you mean am I employed by the creators of the app? No, no, this is a personal project, yeah. Okay, so this is our auth form. There's our labeled by auth form. Ah, yes, that makes sense. So technically it can be labeled by the auth form because the auth form is what has the text. Yeah. So tabs labeled by I think it was just auth form like that. Yeah. Then we don't need this, and that can be double. Great. Good to see you back again, Skylar. Hope you've been well. Okay, so when we hover over this, it should tell us that it is labeled by auth form. There we go, perfect. And auth form is this over here. Cool, so this index is nice and neat. We can go ahead and close that. Tabs, I'm fully happy with. We're going to need a sign up form. We'll come back to that. That's cool. Login, we're also happy with. We cleaned everything up yesterday. So that's good. What do we have next? The auth menu itself. That is nice and neat. Happy with that. The app bar, yeah, the app bar is also nice and neat because now we abstracted everything out and we literally just have an auth menu which will only show if you're not logged in, and we have a user menu which will only show if you are logged in. So that is, yeah, it's really neat right now. I like that. I need to do that. In fact, I think that should be our next option, but let me just continue cleaning things up. We're not going to need the constants. What's in the app.jsx? Oh, this is our main file. Wait, what is this? Oh, this is our main app, right? Okay. So I'm very new to all this. What are the props of React compared to something like jQuery? Oh, the pros, sorry. I was like, props? React props are powerful. You can pass them down to components. It's completely different. React is a framework. jQuery is a library. You can't compare them. So I can't really give you pros in that sense. jQuery allows you to... It just simplifies typing out regular JavaScript. That's all it really is. If you know how to type in JavaScript, if you know JavaScript, then you don't need jQuery. But yeah, jQuery can simplify tasks for you, makes things easier and shorter. But it's not a framework. React is a framework. Everything runs off of it. It has its own specialized use of JSX that you can call into. Everything is like based on like little modules, components. that kind of integrate. You can think of it like little Lego pieces. So for example, my site here, I don't have a lot right now, but this entire bar is my app bar, and I have two different components here. Right now you see the login component, and it gets rendered when you're not logged in. If I had to go ahead and log in right now, you'll notice that my app bar changes to a user icon. Even though both of those things are in the same place, using conditional rendering, which is very powerful, I can decide what shows where and when. So when I log out, it now switches back to that. It's still the same menu, and the beauty of it is I can just plug in those components. So when I go back to app bar, where's app bar? In my components. So you'll see here when I render things, there's the login menu, there's the user menu. If I wanted to add more things to the app bar, I literally just plug them in, and then I go and define these things in another file. So for example, auth menu is this thing right here. Whatever I have in here will be rendered there, but instead of having all the code in this file and like make it super long and harder to read, I can literally just import a component, which is a single line, and all the logic will be in that component file. So, you know, that's one thing, and it's obviously not specific to React. You could do it with any language, but the key focus on React is using components and props. Props are basically passing down values from a parent to a child. So you'll see here when I render the user menu, I'm passing in a logout prop. Logout is defined as a function which will log the user out. So in user menu, in its props, I extract logout so that later on I can have it in an onClick method. It will run the logout function. So that's just one example of how powerful props are and why you'd be using them. It's really cool. But yeah, there are other frameworks as well. Big frameworks like Vue, haven't tried that yet. Angular, heard good things about it, also haven't tried it. And then there are obviously other smaller ones. It depends at the end of what you want to do. The beauty of the frameworks is that you can get things up and running in a much faster pace than you would manually doing it. That is crazy, such a steep learning curve. I guess I thought that in the beginning, but once you start working with it, it just makes sense. Everything is hard until, you know, you get it done. If you check my stream a few days back, you would understand. I struggled so hard with Redux, and I thought like, wow, this is crazy, and now I'm like, wow, I love it. So I log every action that happens on my site so that I can do certain things with. Redux is like a store that you can dispatch actions from. So let's go back here to the initialization. When the app started, there was no user and there was no alert, right? Now on the action user login request, I could see, okay, this user is trying to log in, and logging in is set to true. Now I can literally jump to that specific state when it happens. So look what happens in the user login success. If I jump to this state, look at that. I could see what my UI would be rendered as. So using this little timeline thing, I could jump between states. So there was a user login request. It succeeded. We moved to the next step. It rendered the user menu. The next step is alert success, which it showed over here. See, so from there to there, and then afterwards it cleared that alert, and then I initiated a user logout. So you'll see here the user menu, we hit the logout button and it switched to that. So I can literally like switch between state and see exactly how it was rendered with every action that was performed. So I can submit actions, and then those actions will call whatever functions are linked to them to do things. Yeah, as Arikan said. Thank you, Arikan. So I'll just say, like, try, start somewhere, just do something. Like, Arikan's doing that right now. I think he had kind of a similar mindset, like, oh, this is so hard, and how do you do this? And then he just one day decided to just do something, and then he created his first app. I think it was 2 days ago, I reckon. And yeah, I think he's got the coding bug now. He just wants to learn. So that's what he's currently doing, and he's made a lot of progress, like from the initial conception to now. It's incredible. So we all start somewhere, and don't look at the end goal, because if you're going to look at this, and don't also compare yourself to anyone, because if you look at this now, you'll be like, oh, this is so hard, I'm never going to do it. If you do it that way, then you're obviously setting yourself up for failure. Instead, look at it as, I want to do this, so what's the first thing I need to do? So read up on a bit of documentation, just enough to know how to start. So how do you create React app, which is a npm module which you can install, which automatically sets up React for you? That would be a good start. Then from there, how do I create a prop, and then get your first prop rendered? And basically just take it in small steps. Don't look at it as, I want this entire website. Look at it as the basic building blocks. Like, break it down into pieces, because that's what I've been doing. I wanted login, logout functionality. I've built that. So my first steps were, I need some place to have a button to click it. So I added the buttons. I can show you, like, this is why you should document your progress. It didn't always look like this. Let me see, where is our, here. So let me show you what it initially started like. So our login page used to look like this. Very simple, but it worked. So that's what we had. A username and password field with a submit button. It doesn't look great, but it worked. You could put your username and your password in, and it authenticated with the server. And now we have this. So as you can see, it's a little improvement upon what we had. But I didn't just jump in immediately with the, oh my god, I'm gonna have the best things ever. I started with basic steps, and I completed those steps until I could get to this point. So you need to set yourself a goal, and several goals. Have like checklists of the things you want to do, and then if the tasks are too big, break them up into even smaller pieces, so you can, like, tick them off one by one until you finally get to that point. So for me, it was, I needed a login logout system, which I finally created now. I'm actually happy with it. Everything works the way it should. The next thing I want now is a sign up form. So I have a sign up API already set up on my server. All I need now is a form, so like username, email, password. It's going to be similar to the login form. Username, just add an email, password. Then login will be a submit button. And yeah, from there, since the login system already works, you will be able to log in after signing up. So how long I've been coding? Yeah, today's 136 days. Dojanilia? How's it going? Wow, like on video or just in general? On video? Yeah, 136 days in general. Like, I've streamed for most of the days, but in total I've been coding for 136 days. And Dojanilia, what does your web app look like? You're looking at it right now. There's not much to see. And how many hours? Yeah, 100 plus hours. Looks like you started with Free Code Camp. Yeah, I did. Free Code Camp is definitely the starting point I would recommend for most people, because obviously, one, it's free. It has great resources. There's a lot of resources, and once you have the basics down, you can start working on your own projects, which will really give you the experience you need. Because obviously, if you're being handheld, you're not going to really learn that much, because everything that you need to do is there with the solution. But when you actually create your own project, you have to think about all the things that you never would have thought of are issues. For me, it was like, oh, how do I connect the front end with the back end? How do I store the authentication? How do I confirm the authentication is valid? Like, there's so many things that, most tutorials won't or can't teach you. Just the scope of it is massive. So you really just have to just do things. And is this React and Redux? It is, yes. I just recently got Redux set up so that I can dispatch actions, and it's working really great. I've got a notification system in place, so now I can dispatch any notification from any component by just calling it, which is really cool. So for example, I have an error and a success one. I can actually show you here when so for our error one, you'll notice it comes up with the red, but it's super customizable. So where I'm calling it is in my Redux action, the user action, and I'm passing it a type of error over here, and that is dispatched by the alert here. And if I didn't specify it as a type of error, then it just wouldn't display that. So I could change, where am I rendering about? In the layout. Here's the snack bar, and if I remove the type completely, you'll notice instead of it now being a red bar like it was, it'll be the default, because I have default set. So you're just going to see my theme's color, and there you go. So it's that easy to change. I don't have to change anything, just specify the type. So I could change the type to, I had warning, I think. There's info. I think that the default is info. Let's see what I have under snack bar. Success, error, info, and warning. Oh yeah, warning I think is orange. So if I pass in warning, was it warning lowercase, uppercase, lowercase? So now if I pass in warning to it, we should get the, I think it's the orange one? There you go, the yellowy one. So it's pretty cool. It's just a sign-in dialog right now. Yeah, that's pretty much what we have. Oh yeah, it's Material UI, so you would have seen it in many places, like pretty much every Android app. What does the backend use? Yeah, it uses Node. Node, using Mongoose for the database connection, using Express for the routing, using Express session for the cookie management, and yeah, what else? I have bcrypt for hashing and sorting of the password. Quite a few things.
Jax05_ is following the family.
Hey, Jax, thank you so much. I really appreciate the follow. Yeah, absolutely. Like Arakan said, here everything's possible. We don't give up on this channel. I could struggle for hours on end, but we finally make progress. Like, I'm not gonna lie, 2 days ago, what was it that I was struggling with? Oh yeah, I couldn't get Redux set up, and I was like, I'm not gonna be able to do this. It's just like, it's so complicated. There's so much, because you see, the problem is when people write tech docs, it's very technical, and if you have just a basic understanding of code, it's going to be very hard for you to understand what's going on. And for me, what was it? Let's see, where am I connecting a store? And let's say my login module. Let me show you guys over here. So if you read the docs, you'll know what I mean. It's just, you need to understand the concepts. And if you're like me, self-taught, then it's a little bit harder. So in the end, I figured out that it's as simple as you have the connect function, and in the connect function, you literally will pass in a function called whatever you want to call it. In this case, it's called map state. What that does is it can pull specific variables from state. So state will be a list of objects if you guys haven't seen that already. So here's my state. I have an authentication object, I have an alert object. Whenever there's an error or a success or whatever, it gets stored in the alert state, right? So now let's say I needed access to that. Let's say a component somewhere needed access. Normally, traditionally in React, you need to pass down a prop. So it works in a hierarchy of parent and the children. So let's say here I have my app bar in layout. So here's my main app bar. So now let's say I needed the logged in state to be passed in. So I have to pass in logged in state into app bar. Then app bar has a auth menu which also needs logged in state, so I pass that down. Then auth menu has the auth form, I pass that down. And then finally we get to the auth tab which needs it as well, so I'll pass it down just so we can get to the login panel, which is right here. And do you see how far we would have passed it down? And eventually it gets lost and it's messy. So that's why you have state. State basically allows you to access whatever is in state from any component. And you just need it connected. So we pull out whatever we need from state. In this case, there is alert. Remember I showed you guys there's alert here, which will have things like the message, the reason, is it open? In this case, I'm accessing alert and I'm saying, hey, can I grab message, open, and type from alert? And then I'm returning an object with alert message as message, alert open as open, and alert type as type. And that gets used here in our snack bar, where the message of the snack bar is the alert message. The on close or the open state is the alert open, and the type is the alert type. So what that basically means is any component can send an alert to my state as well as open the state and specify the alert state type, and the snack bar will get that and basically display that message. So I have literally one snack bar that can be used in as many components as I need. That's how powerful state is. So you mapped it there. And then dispatch is basically what actions you need to be performed, if any. So you don't need dispatch. It's just there if, let's say I have a login or a logout function, and I specifically want access to it. I can then map it as user actions.logout, because we have a user action. And then the short form of accessing it is just logout. So then I can just do in props, because now whatever you connect it to, you see here, I've connected all of this to layout. So now layout will have all of that in its props. So I can literally just grab login, logout from props, which was passed in there. So yeah, it's crazy. But the other parts that are hard, making all of this work, there's 3 different states in how you get Redux to work. First, you need an alert. Sorry, I'm not reading alert. First, you need an action. So an action is basically submitted to the store for something to happen. Then you need a reducer that is connected to your store. A reducer is basically when it receives an action. So you'll see for my alerts here, this is my alert reducer. When it receives a type of success, then it's going to return to our Redux store an object which has type success, open, true, reason, the reason of the action, and message, the action's message. Now the reason why we have open set to true here is, do you remember my snack bar? Well, it uses the state of alert, right? If open is set to true, my snack bar will open. And then the reason is just for internal purposes that I can use, but the message is the message that the snack bar will show. So yeah, do you see how this is all linked together? And then the store, once you create the store using the create store function, I have a root reducer. A root reducer is basically just combining all my reducers. So normally you could have just one reducer, but since I have different things, like authentication handles things like a login request, login success, login failure, logout, etc. And alerts are, completely different. So thankfully you can combine them, and that's as easy as literally just calling the combine reducers function and passing in the functions that you want combined. In this case, authentication and alert. So to create the store, you literally just give it all your reducers, and that's all you would have. You don't have to worry about the extra stuff I have here. This is just for me to have the dev tools. So as you can see there, there's a few steps, quite a few steps that it takes to setting it up. And yeah, I managed to cover this in, I think it was just 2 days. maybe 12 hours in total. But the point that I'm trying to share is I had no formal experience, and I didn't have anyone actually explaining it to me in a simple way. All I had was like sit there and I was like, okay, how does this work? Read this, read that, try this, try that. I had, who was it that we had? Handpans in chat, who was like sitting here with me for hours, like, okay, let's try this, let's try that. Just like trying whatever until it works. And I feel that's a mentality you need to have if you're gonna want to learn. So don't look at it as it's not working, oh god, I'm a failure. Just look at it as you just haven't found the right solution yet, because it is there. And the beauty of code is there's not just one way to do things. There's so many different ways. Like the way that I'm setting everything up, there could probably be hundreds of different ways that people can set this up. This is just, happens to be the way I do it. So that's the beauty of it. If something doesn't work for you, try something else. Just try things. There's always a solution. Press WASA to move. It's not done or anything. Oh, Skylar, right. I forgot. You created the game. Now remember, you were gonna add more features to it. Did you share a updated version? But yeah. There you go. And I have to get into stuff like that at some point. My girlfriend's brother is a programmer and we've been working on a project together. Do you know anything about GitHub? And you have Visual Studio. So GitHub, I mean, I guess. Do you mean Git itself? Like to commit things? Or, because I mean GitHub just hosts Git projects. And do I have Visual Studio? I do. I have it installed. I don't use it. Because I don't have a need for an IDE. I'm not creating any desktop apps, Windows apps. So I'm using VS Code, the code editor that you see right now. A shitty snack bar. There's Handpans. Doesn't have nachos. You want me to add nachos? Should we add like a little UI icon? Just as easy. Do you not remember what we went through? It was easy. It just took some time, no? That's a new project I'm working on. Cool, let me have a look. Let me first see if you added anything new to your project. Ah, yes. There's a D there now. I swear, I didn't type that D. Why is there a D there? I'm gonna attack it. Is it an enemy? Is it gonna come for me? It wants the D! No, run from the D! It feels different. Did you work on it? It feels faster as well. I don't know. Maybe I just forgotten about it. Just a little better. Okay. Why is there a D there? Don't think I didn't notice it. You'd like try to slip the D in. So this is what Skylar's new project. Okay, so that was. Oh, nice. You should so check out GitHub Pages. Because what you could do is create a page directly from this code to host it. Here, check it out. Because then you can actually have it up and running and like test it, and people can check it out. Then you don't have to have it on CodePen. Handpans, welcome by the way. Like sneaky. Good to have you. Quite a few people here. And you're here earlier today. Well, maybe not kind of early. It's already 2 AM. Jeez. Alright, yeah. So let me clean up what I was trying to do. We're going to close every file once we are happy with it. And it's not a mess. So layout looks good now. I'm happy with layout. Well, actually, no, I'm not. We'll come back to layout. That's the last thing, because layout has everything. Layout is kind of like the parent of all these components. So let's close that off. How about app? We'll come back to app. App is our main app. Wait, so we closed everything. Wow. So we're pretty much almost done. Snack bar is good. So what's wrong with app? There's a few things, because this was where I initially started. Everything was in one file. What a mess. I had helpers, I had actions, lol. There's roots, purple, red, form, primary accent. Yeah, this can all go now. Form function app. What the hell is? Oh, the forgetful prop. When Isaac was here, I remember that. So this is actually our app. This doesn't have to be a function. This could just be a, well, it could be an arrow function, to make it a little bit more modern. Hold on, there you go. But we're not using props, so then we don't need anything. What else? We have map state. Why were we connecting? What was in map state? Oh, this is when we were testing hand pans. Do you remember the potato state? Oh, we had action creators. Yeah, so there's literally nothing here. We could technically pass things down into roots, but then it'll just be too many nested pass downs. So I think if we don't need it, we'll just start passing down from the uppermost level that we need it from. So that means we can remove all of this. And then we export default app. What else? All these things can go. Wow. CSS baseline can stay. Typography, container, app bar, toolbar, icon, button, and menu icon can go because we're no longer using them. Import CSS baseline. That's cool. Browser router as router. And then link. We're not using link, so that can also go. Then connect can also go. So look at that. Starting to look a bit better. What am I doing? Close. Cool. So React, browser router, CSS baseline, import roots, and there's our app. Yeah, you don't need state in your app. So much cleaner. I agree. So what I want to do, I started with 100 problems yesterday. I want this to be 0. I think it's going to be so satisfying. I don't know about you guys, but I was at 100. We're on 23 problems right now. So we're basically going to go and fix that up right now. What is this? This is our index.js. I guess this is fine. Provider store. Oh, we need this, don't we? Yeah, to encapsulate our entire app so we can access the store wherever. That's fine like that. This all looks good. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, finally, the worst part, layout. What a mess. God. Okay, how do we fix this? Use effect. I don't think we're using use effect here. We shouldn't be. It's just going to render components. Connect. Are we connecting at the bottom here? Yes, we are. Link. We're not. I don't think we're going to use link here. Container and typography. We shouldn't be using that because we're going to be rendering components. MUI theme. Oh yeah, we are using MUI theme as the theme provider, so that can stay. What about theme provider? Wait, what? Material UI styles should be listed in the project's dependencies. I mean... Well, I mean, the entire material UI would be a dependency, but we already have that. Why is it trying to abstract? That's a bit random. Import theme provider from material UI styles. Okay, let's come back to that issue. Deep purple, we're using that there. Inbox icon. Right. This, we need to re-render this out. Basically, I don't want to render anything here other than ready-made components, so that's gonna have to change. Permanent drawer left. Yeah, let's comment that out for now. I'll come back to it because we do need a drawer. Main app bar from, okay, alert actions, user actions, okay, notification snack bar, okay, custom theme, okay. And then what's happening here? Are we passing alert clear? Yeah, we are. So we need prop types here. This is why this is complaining. So let's just get some defaults going. Shove that there. Import prop types. Okay, so what prop types are we working with? These. And the name of this is layout. So layout.proptypes. Okay, so alert message, alert clear is the first one. So alert clear is a function, and I don't want to think if it's like required. Yeah, it kind of is. Because if you don't have it, you can't clear it. Then alert open is a Boolean, which is required. Alert type is not required, so we could just have it here as optional, and alert type will be a string, which is not required. Then we have logged in, that is a Boolean, which is required. And then we have logout, which is a function, which is required. There we go. And then we have alert type, which defaults to info. That's the only default prop that we're gonna have. I think that's everything. Do we have alert clear? Yeah, cool. So then that should be all the props mapped. Let me just make sure. Wait, did I add alert message? No? Did I skip it? My bad. Alert message is a string, and that is required, because if you don't have that, then, well, can't display the alert. Okay, that should be it. Yep. And then what's happening here? Pages and set pages. Pages is assigned but never used. Where was I using this before? Was it not part? Oh, that was part of the permanent drawer. Okay, so we could comment this out for now. What is this complaining about? JSX is not allowed in a non-JSX file. Okay, well, guess we're renaming this to JSX then. And then watch this complain. Okay, where else are we using JSX? Are we using JSX in here? No, we're not. That's just a clean function. That's also just a function. That is a function. That should just be a function. That's also just a function. Yeah, these are constants. There's no rendering happening here. So the only rendering that should be happening is in the components folder. And all of that is... Okay, how about the submit? Yeah, submit should be JSX as well. There you go. Layouts, menu, sidebar. Sidebar, are we rendering it? Yes, we are. Cool. So that should be JSX. Notifications is JSX. Pages. What do we have in pages? Home. Not sure yet. Oh no, this is JSX. Yeah, we're gonna have JSX here. So let's just rename all these to JSX. JSX, missions, add, do we have JSX in here? Yeah, we do. Okay, what are you complaining about? Curly braces are unnecessary. Oh, this is our snack bar, I remember now. But I'm not going to worry about that file right now. In fact, can I like comment out this entire file? Great. Why are there 2 issues? Okay. Index, what's wrong here? We're using container, but it's never used. Well, then let's get rid of container. How about that? What about here? Same thing. Okay, then get rid of it. Index, container, yeah. We need to have a better way to render pages. I want to just pass text content or whatever and then have another module render it instead of having like multiple. What's wrong with this file though? Why are there 2 issues? Maximum line, oh, maximum line length. Well, there you go. How about now? Problem solved. And where else? What now? There. Cool, no issues there. What about in this sidebar? Sidebar? Oh, right. But I don't think we're going to use sidebar, or we're going to change it, so let me comment that out. Cool. Buttons, submit. What is wrong with this? There you go, no problems. We're getting close to no issues, guys. Only 15 more problems left. What's wrong with layout? Thought we oh, right. So use state is not used, so that can go. How are we going to fix theme provider? Should be listed in the project's dependencies. But I mean, if we check our package.json, the dependencies is there for material. Oh, core and icons. Okay, fair enough. Let's add it. Let's open up a terminal here, and that should add it. Watch it remove everything we have. I'm just so glad it can't touch your code. It can only touch the packages, as long as your code is fine. Okay, let's see, what did it update in our package.json? So we have core, icons, styles, perfect. Great. So that solved that issue. What about inbox icon? Defined but never used. What else? I'm just leaving like this for now because I need to come back and sort the permanent draw out, but I'm not going to do it now because it's not a priority. So that's that. We have 12 more problems, but these are all about unknown words. Inbox is not a known word. Oh my god. Add to user dictionary. RJS unknown word. Add to user dictionary. I should probably like disable the spell checker because right now it's just is an unknown word. Fine. There you go. Hey, we have no problems, guys. Look! No problems in our entire... Wow. There are literally no problems. How cool is that? And I'll close everything. Close that. Close all these. Let's get a clean start. Let's close our browser too. Let's close VS Code. Let's close everything. There we go. I got 99 problems, but my linter ain't one, right? Okay. So let us minimize that. Why is there a VS Code folder? Settings.json. I don't remember. Nah, fuck that. Delete. Server, we can minimize that. We're not going to be working the server right now. Cool. So we're nice and neat, guys. Let us launch. Let us launch npm start. Get our server running. So yeah, how's everyone doing? Skylar, are you busy with that game? I hope you set up GitHub pages. I sent you that link. I don't know if you saw it. Arakan, you doing some algorithms on FreeCodeCamp? Pretty cool. And Handpans? What's up with you? You still have that... You finished that project. How did it go? Did you get feedback? And everyone else that happens to be watching, what are you guys busy with? So here's our localhost. I am chilling right now. I need to do some trees. You need to do some trees. Hey, that sounds kinky, but I'm not going to judge you. Gotta do what you gotta do, right? You can't be chilling, you need to be working. Binary search trees. Ooh, fancy. Reminds me, there's tree views in Material UI. Check this. I know it's completely unrelated, but you know, you should know by now that's how my mind works. How cool is that? Look at that, trees. Aren't they pretty? Okay, our goal now is to make sure that we got no errors in the console. Now we do have an error. Cool, we've got to fix these before we can proceed. Why is useEffect still being... I thought I commented this out. Oh, I know where that's happening. Okay, so let's sort these out one by one. Actually, we need to copy this because... Well, no, actually we do it one by one. The prop alert message is marked as required in layout, but its value is undefined. In layout. Layout is there. Now let's code them. What are we coding? The trees? We'll make some pretty little trees. What's it complaining about? Alert message is required. Yes, it is. But nothing should be calling it yet, should it? Oh, is it because it tried to create the store and then props alert message was undefined? Oh, so we shouldn't probably make it required. Then we need a default here. Alert message is an empty string. And then what else was it complaining about? There's something else, but we're gonna have to wait for it to compile again. I recommend checking out trees. What kind of trees are you talking about? The one that I showed you? Or not really? Okay, next error is prop type logged in is marked as required in layout, but its value is undefined. Okay, maybe layout doesn't need it, because layout is on initial render. So layout and logged in. What do we do with that? And the reason for that is because right now we're not... Okay, you know what? There's something else we need to do that I need to sort out. And I think it will solve these two issues. And what I want to do is before we render anything, I want to check the status of the user. Are they logged in? Do they have a cookie? which is automatically stored. So we send a GET request, and if it is, we can render them as logged in, or we just set logged in to true. Otherwise, we just render as per normal, like what we're doing right now. So let me just get some water. I'll be right back, and then we're going to do that, and it's going to be a fun time, promise. Who drinks water? Yeah. I had me some watermelon water yesterday, and now I've got me some granadella water. I love my flavored water. What's water? Who drinks water, right? You mean that plain stuff? Get it away from me. Hydroamines. So we need to make some changes in here in recognition of continuous support and effort. I need to anoint some people, because we recognize the support and dedication of our dear family. And besides, I like seeing swords. You know, swords are cool, so. Welcome, welcome, Handpans and Arakan. You are now official knights and custodians of the realm of codes. You guys have earned it, so thank you, honestly, for just being here, for helping out, for keeping me company. It really means a lot to me. And I want you guys to know, and everyone else as well, if there's anything I can do to help as my skills progress, I'd be more than happy to assist in whatever it is you're doing. And it's fun sometimes to take a short break to do something else. So if you have any questions for me, or you need me to help do some research with you, then you can just let me know. Mom said I'll never get knighted. Well, she was wrong. She didn't see the potential in you. Okay, so like I said, there's gonna be some fun stuff happening now, and that is we need to check the user state with the server before we render anything. So I think we need a service We already have user, which does the login. Maybe it should be under user actually, because there's user, login, logout, authenticate. Should we call it authenticate, or what would you guys call it? Or check authentication. How does that sound? Function check authentication. And that basically just does a get to my server. I can't remember where I was doing it. I used to do it in one of my other files. I need to find it and stop it. Was it an index maybe? No, it wasn't. It wouldn't be in a component, I think. Or would it have? Dun dun dun. It's not in the auth menu. Great. You know it's bad when you have to hunt down through all your code to try and figure out where it is. It wouldn't be button. Wouldn't be auth because that's a component. So that's another thing I need to keep in mind. Stop having functions and stuff inside of components. They shouldn't have any logic. They should be dumb components. No offense to the components, but because otherwise you run into this issue now. They're coupled and then you're like, but how is this running? Oh, we can complete this action, by the way. We're done. We can mark it as done. It is done. Let's move it to done and let's pick a new task. Do I have a new task? I don't. So let's go ahead and create a new task real quick. Dumb components. Exactly that. There it is. So add a function to check a user's authentication status once on upload and for every action that requires authentication. We're going to set that as a must-have, and then let's pick this as a task so you guys will see it at the bottom right. If you guys didn't know, bottom right I have a little task tracker which helps me keep track of the tasks I need to do and also helps you guys to know what I'm busy with. So user authentication check, there it is. Done. Whoa, 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 that's rude, right? Dumb components, sorry. Components have rights. I'm getting the urge to buy a loaf of bread. Why? Is it something I did? It's my fault? Right, so check authentication. Wait, we were trying to find where I had that freaking... How the hell am I gonna find it? It wouldn't be... Oh, you know what? It could be a root. It could be a root. It could definitely be a root. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in roots. Here we go. Found it. The only one place that somehow escaped our linter. How does that work? Look what a mess this is. Oh my god. That's where useEffect is. Oh my god. It's such a mess. God. Kill it. Okay, so it's kind of going to be something like this. Because that's like the call. And then we need to use something in our... Yeah. Axios options. Oh, we already have Axios options. Great. So we can get rid of this config. Sweet. Then we do axios.get. And notice here I used to specify the URL before. Do you see this, guys? Now with the config that I have, I could just do base URL, which is inside of a config file where I'm going to keep config stuff. So base URL is currently our test temp server. Where we go live, then obviously we can update that if we still need to. So base URL auth is going to be for the check authentication path, and then we need to pass in Axios options. I always think of a Pokemon, like, you know the Axew Pokemon? I don't know if you guys know Pokemon. I think it's Axew, like this. Yeah. So every time I'm saying Axios, I'm like Axew, the Pokemon. Oh my god. Okay, so base URL auth, Axios options, then, so if we get a positive response, here's the thing, we need to dispatch, but the problem is this isn't an action. It's not allowed to. Okay, so we might have to rethink this because a service is never allowed to interact with Redux. That is the job for an action. So we might have to create an action called check authentication. So let's go to Redux, let's go to actions, and that's going to be a user actually. So you know what? I think this check authentication needs to go, it's going to be two-part, you guys will see. So this is login. Then we're going to have check authentication. Okay, I need name suggestions from you guys because I can't have check authentication twice. In the user service, we're gonna have check authentication. But then what do we call the one inside of the action? Because the actions we have is login, log out, authenticate. How about authenticate? Or do you guys have a better name? Because then I could do user.authenticate, because then it's like user.login, user.logout. Authenticate just basically needs to call the check authentication service, which tells us if we authenticated or not. No, this one's not doing any checks. This one will call the one that does checks. We just need a name for the action. Well, without the action, because it's already labeled as an action. So you think just call it auth? Auth or authenticate? I would have authenticate then rather, if you're going to do auth, because auth is just short form of authenticate. So then it needs to call... We're going to dispatch, so we need these three things. Dispatch actions. And we're going to also need... I'm just going to copy this and then just edit out what we don't use. Okay, so we need a user action. So let's go into user action constants. We have register, we have login. So let's create a authentication request, user authentication request. Then we're gonna have authentication success, user authentication success, and finally authentication failure, user authentication failure. And this should probably come at the top. Authentication, login before. I'm just gonna have it alphabetical. It's gonna be better that way. There we go. Alphabetical for the action, but in order of request, success, failure. Otherwise F would have to come before. I don't know now. OCD. No, just stop. It's fine. Authentication. It's fine. It's fine. We're good. Where is the user action? Here it is. So user action constant dot, and then this just changes to authentication request. And let's just make sure that's the right one. Yes, it is. And then let's just replace every instance of login here with authentication. And then I don't think we're going to need username. We don't need to pass anything, we just need to check. Actually, we might have username. I'll see. I'll keep this there for now. We'll remove it if we don't use it. Then failure. Okay, then we dispatch the request. Then we do user service dot check authentication. We don't need to pass anything to it because it already knows what to do. It's smart like that. It's just doing a check with auth. The GitHub pages thing is killing me. I have all the code stored in the files, and when I put the index file in the master branch, it doesn't grab the code from the files. That's weird. It literally should just be one click. You select the branch, you shouldn't have to do anything. You literally just select the branch, hit a button, and your page is live. You shouldn't have to like change anything. Hold on, you posted a link to your GitHub. Let me see your format. You shouldn't have to upload files is what I'm saying. You shouldn't have to do anything. Oh, okay. So the issue here, Skylar, is this shouldn't be in a folder. You need to grab this out. So in your client, I don't know what you're using or how you're managing your Git commits, but change your folder structure so that the root of your project starts like this, index and JS. It shouldn't be in a folder. That's probably what your issue is, because you can't access it then. So that's the first thing you should do. Create a commit, move it out of that, because the folder should be the name of your project. It shouldn't be called Skylar's new project. Can the the JS stuff can be in a folder. It's just you need an index. You need something that starts your app in the root of your project. Then everything else is just referenced through your root file, which will call them. So you can have these in folders. That's not a problem. So this is what it should look like ultimately. When you go to your master branch, this is what you should see, index.html in the JS folder. I don't know if you need that .vs. I don't know what it is. I think it's like specific to you. I think that's your dev stuff, right? So in your Google Git, what was it? Git ignore, Google Git ignore. And you want to add a .vs in that file to ignore that so it doesn't get uploaded when you commit. So all you want to be committing is the files that you actually work on, and then add to ignore whatever it is that shouldn't be uploaded. But yeah, that's about it. And then let me know once that's done, we can check it again. So what were we doing? We were user action, check authentication, then I'm just going to replace all these. Send an action that we are checking user authentication, if any. Initiate a request to the server. Wait, no. Send a request to the server with the given credentials. What did I have for success before? If the server responds, what did I say? Okay, and then on an error, if there was an error, send the failure action. If the error was a 401, unauthorized, that means we're not logged in. Well, then we'd have to do anything, do we? What is user login error again? It is the username or password entered was incorrect, please. Oh, that's for the user login. We don't need to display an alert action. Let me comment this out for now. Else, if there was any other error, well, actually, we don't need to show messages to the user. We only care if they're logged in to do something. So check authentication, and if successful, dispatch success. And dispatch, no, we don't have to show them a notification. So we just have to dispatch success, otherwise we dispatch failure. And that's all we should really care about. So let's get rid of all this jazz. Done, and get rid of that. And get rid of that. Cool. GitHub pages. You could have named it anything else, Skylar. You could change the project name to whatever your project name is. But there you go, yeah. Cool! Look at you! Is it supposed to be this slow or does it get faster? Can I... Oh, you can die. Sweet, I wanted to test that. Have you implemented a way to reload other than me reloading the page? I haven't done that yet. Okay, cool. It's pretty awesome. Nice. Where did they all go? Are they going to come back? Am I alone? They all left! Suckers! Yeah! And the last one! Get out of here! Go, Red! Go! We don't want you! We don't want your kind here! We're green people. We save the earth! Ha ha! Yeah, yeah! I'm victorious. I won. There can only be one. The green cube of success. Look at me. I said, look at me, goddammit. I'm beautiful. Oh yeah, I am amazing. Clip that for us remembering that we have a good time here and it's not always serious. This is a glorious start for something big. I agree. Absolutely. Imagine, like obviously you have your own direction, but imagine you like hit a space bar or some button or left clicked and you could like shoot things and destroy those other blocks. I would assume you'd need a bounding box all around here because you had that before. It's strange. This one doesn't have a bounding box because look, I could go off the screen. Whereas before you had a bounding box and I couldn't go off the screen. So if you implement that bounding box and the player can't go through it, but the enemies can, and then they can appear somewhere else again. Or I don't know what your idea is, but yeah, the enemies are gone. So that was cool for like the brief 15-20 seconds that I had to avoid the onslaught. It's like crazy Black Friday shopping. Wait, is it always the same or is it like random? Oh, it's random! That's so cool, dude! Every time it's random. And the speeds are random. That's amazing. So you just have to make them come back. Thanks, Erican. I appreciate that. That should be pretty easy to add, yeah. I want to see something. If I follow this guy, now, he left, can I follow him and hit him off the screen and die? Oh, you can. Totally. Yeah. So it does still track you. So they probably somewhere off in the distance, like far away. But that's pretty cool. Skylar, and you got it working. So good job. Now it works on GitHub. So there's your link, basically. You can just link someone. I'll just change, obviously, GitHub pages to like your project name or whatever. But yeah, awesome work. So also, yeah. So what I'll do, Skylar, is get like a Trello or like something. So here's Trello. Get something that you can manage your workflow with, because it will get ridiculously like complicated later, especially for ideas. You might get lots of ideas, but you might forget about them. So like Trello allows you to just have nice little notes, and it's free. It's super useful and easy to set up. So you'd set things up like add bounding box, add despawn, add this. So like add all your ideas there, and then you can tick them off one by one when you've done them. And then yeah, if you make them despawn and then have them respawn again, so have like a variable that could control the rate of respawn, and then maybe you can have it every X seconds it gets harder and harder, so they like speed up or more of them start spawning. So you can initially start with like 5 or 10 enemies at like a speed between X and Y, and then as time progresses those variables change and it gets harder and harder until you have like 100+ enemies and they're going crazy fast. And then you could even make it where the player gets upgrades. So like as time goes on, they get more money and they can use that to buy upgrades. So like they can buy boosts for themselves or more health or maybe even a shield. And you can have like weapons as well. There's like endless possibilities. So go crazy, have fun. If you need ideas, just let me know. Okay, so authenticate will dispatch the request, then we will check authentication, and if it was successful, dispatch success, otherwise dispatch failure. Good. So that's good. Then under we need to export authenticate. And then under services, check authentication is get base URL auth, Axios options, then I'm just gonna have like a basic log. We are not logged in. There we go. And remember to export check authentication. Oh man. Check. There you go. I also want to change the player from a little square and make it play a character animation. Same with the enemies. Yeah. It's going to be an amazing project. I'm so proud of you guys. You must definitely share your progress so that I can see it. So we do auth. Okay, now how do we set state? Where do we update state? Because normally with this, oh, in the action, we don't have we have alert. Oh, we have a user. Oh wait, hold on. Here you would set error success. Oh, so I need to do it in my dispatch. Okay, so it's in our dispatch that we would do that. Simple. So what is the key that we have? Again, let's check our reducer, our user reducer, authentication reducer. It is user action constant dot login request. So we're gonna have to add another case here. I don't think we're gonna have this initial state anymore. That's gonna go once this is added. So let's add another case, which is, oh man, what are you complaining about? Has a complexity of 6. What am I supposed to do? Is there another solution to case? Because my linter doesn't like the fact that it's so complicated. What was the name of that website you used to keep track of everything? Trello. I said you're like... there you go. So action.type.
Anonymous donated $6.90 to the family.
What? Okay, thank you. Whoever that was. I really appreciate that. With the $6.90. That's pretty specific. What? I gotta like disable anonymous donations. But I guess some people don't want to be known, so thank you to whoever that was. Oh, it's Skylar, okay. Thank you, Skylar. Why $6.90? Is there a reason like the 90? Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much. Man, this is awesome. Now I'm like one step closer to getting like tools that I could use, because there's so many things I wanted to do. Like I want to get Trello Plus, but I think it's like $5 a month and a few other things. So I'm definitely going to be putting this donation to good use. Thank you so much, Skylar. I do have a Patreon. I guess I should also advertise that for people that do want to support me. I'll drop a link now. I haven't advertised it because, yeah, it's been like no need or anything. But yeah, let me just link to Patreon directly. There you go. The correct link right there. That's my Patreon page. I think I had some goals set up there that I want to achieve and do in time if I can reach them. It's like nice because people can donate like $1 or something a month. Oh yeah, that was my first goal that I wanted to do. If I get up to $10 a month in donations total, then I can improve my cloud storage, so I can actually store my projects without having to worry, because they get massive over time, including the video stuff that I did. But yeah, onwards. Thank you so much again, Skylar. It was one of the options on the link and I thought it was hilarious because 69. I see. Oh, I need to add like alerts and stuff. We need better alerts. Play like a crazy video, like. But yeah, that's added to my Trello list. So many things to do. So if the constant is authentication return user, there's not going to be a user because we don't know what the user is yet. So we can add maybe authenticating. And then we have another one, which is going to be when you are authenticated. So authentication success, return. We should get a response. So we can return logged in to true, because we're going to use the same variable, and we should be able to get a user. So we need to make sure that our service, check authentication, returns. It needs to return. Oh, I just realized we need to wrap this up in a promise, because otherwise it's going to fail. So let's add a return new promise. So wrap this entire thing up in a promise, all nice and snug, and then we will resolve the promise with the res.data. I think it's .username. I think it is. Let's rather resolve. It should be username, and then we will reject with an error. That should be all we need. So then we should get username as a response. Then in actions, we will dispatch success with the, is it user or username? We will get username from here, and then dispatch success username. And then user is username. Oh wait, it's an object, never mind. We need to turn this into a function now. Because now we're calling this as if it was a function. So this has to be a function. Const success equal to username. So now it's a function. And then we need to return a object. So return an object. User is username. Authentication success. User username. And then in the authentication here, action.user logged in true. Beautiful. And then if there's a request, we set authenticating to true. And what if there's a failure? We need a failure one, don't we? We need a case for authentication failure. Return an empty object, I guess. Oh no, literally that. There. I think that should be it. Wait, do I still have an issue here? Unexpected token on line 44. Wait, where? Wait, is this an old error now? Yeah, it must... No, it's still complaining. Unexpected token. On where? Roots. Index.js. Okay. Roots. Where? Oh, I forgot to comment this all out. There you go. I think we're good to test, guys. Wow. Skylar, don't worry about it. I appreciate it nonetheless. I don't. There's no expectations at all, but yeah, it will allow me to do things that I otherwise normally wouldn't do. Because aside from the basic lines that I have to just keep things going, I don't have the extra to be able to do things that I'd like to do. So for people that do have the extra funds, that want to see it put it to a good cause, they can. There's absolutely no expectations whatsoever. And just having you guys popping by, saying hello, sharing your progress with me is more than I could ever ask for. So don't worry about that. It's my first ever Patreon spot. Yay! It's really awesome. Thank you. And I have 2 patrons. What? That's crazy. And it's like a lot of people think $1, like what's $1? It's like too little. Like honestly, if everyone adds $1, you think about it, because that tier that I need is $10, so I can get like the unlimited storage to house my projects on. If 10 people donate $1, that's $10. So that's why it's never like, ah, it's not worth it. It is absolutely worth it. They should have cents. Like if people could donate 10 cents, like that adds up. 10 people, 10 cents, that's $1. I could get like an extra service on my Mongoose connection, upgraded to like tier 2. Because I'm going to use all of these funds to just completely upgrade everything that I have. Because right now everything's free, luckily. But for like my Mongoose and the database connections, I'm rate limited. I can't remember what the restrictions were, but it should be fine. So we should be able to test now. It should have actually dispatched, shouldn't it? Oh, we don't have anything firing it yet, so we have the action. We have the action, but nothing is actually running it. We need to call authenticate. Silly me. Where would we call that? I guess in our app, like at our highest level, we should call authenticate. So import what is it? Authenticate? This was the service. Import authenticate from, where are we? Components, constants, Redux. Redux, I think it's actions. No, it's not alert, it is user. There you go. And then, wait, authenticate, not found in Redux actions user. I'm pretty sure it's there. Is this not Redux action? It is. Are we exporting it? We are. Export. Oh, it's export default. So I need to import it as user. So user action. Import user action from Redux actions user. And then what we're going to do is, first thing we're going to do is user action dot authenticate. Check if the user is already authenticated with the server. Someday when I land a programming job making 200k, yeah, I'll do the $10 one. Same, it'll be our little milestone to remind us of now. Oh. Small steps, right? Okay, so this should technically run our authenticate action. So we should see it. Hopefully. No? State? No? Nothing run? No? Why not? User.authenticate. Wait. Did we get anything in the logs? Console logs? This is weird. It should have called user action.authenticate. We have user action.authenticate as a function. It will dispatch request. Oh, hold on, it's not connected to the store. It's not connected to the store. I remember it needs to be connected to a store. Once we get some stuff figured out, we should try and make a project together. That'll be awesome. Because Arakan's already got his Twitch spammer. Have you seen it? Oh, I think Arakan already did link it, didn't you, Arakan? Where's our index? Okay, here. This is connected to our store. So is it layout that we want? So I might need it here. Check if the user is already authenticated. Do we have user action? No, we don't. We have alert. We have user actions. There it is. Oh, it's user actions. And then we need to grab authenticate out of it. So map dispatch. We need authenticate from user actions dot. Wait, why am I mapping it to that? Oh, right. So I don't have to do user actions dot. That makes sense. And then we need to get authenticate, and then we can do just authenticate, just like that. Okay, that should work. It's going to complain about props, but that's fine. We can fix the props afterwards. Let's see if this works. I like the idea of streaming myself coding. I feel like I would really hold myself accountable. Yeah, absolutely. You should do it. If you need help setting it up, just let me know. Okay, so if we reload, it should dispatch an action. Let's see what happens. There you go, user authentication request. Error, request failed with status code 41, which means we weren't authenticated. We are not logged in. User authentication failure. Oh, it's actually working. It's so exciting when things work, isn't it? So there you go, user authentication request. And then there was a user authentication failure. Cool, because obviously we weren't logged in. So now, let me first go change the thing that automatically stores a cookie when we log in, because we're not going to use that anymore. So let's remove that, and then under authentication we're also going to remove the initial state, and we're going to set initial state to state equal to an empty object. There we go. Cool. Now let's try to actually log in and see what happens. This is exciting. What games have you made mods for? Mainly Bethesda games. So Skyrim and Fallout 3 are the official, well, mods that I've actually released. Unofficial mods I worked on some Two Worlds 2 and The Witcher 1 and 2 and some other games probably somewhere, but I haven't released them. So I did Sky Shards and I did SXPA. So I did this one. I'll drop links for you guys. And I did this one. Those are like my two proud babies. So Sky Shards is basically just porting in Sky Shards from the Elder Scrolls Online, trying to get like the feel and look and stuff. It's not going to look exactly the same or work exactly the same, but I tried to get it working. There's animations for it. You can absorb the Sky Shards, and when you collect 3 of them you get a perk point that you can use like on anything in your skill tree. So, and there's like configs and stuff set up for it. I really need to get back and update it. I feel bad, like there's so many, like it's still in a state where I didn't finish all the location hints. I feel so bad, so I need to go back and do it. Now with the knowledge I have, it will be so easy. I struggled back then. Not gonna lie. And then Skyrim XP add-on basically changes the way... It basically allows you to earn XP in the game for doing tons of different things. Please don't tell me there's more posts, because I'm going to feel bad. If anyone posted here, I'm going to feel bad. I hope no one posted. Be like, is there an update? Is there any posts? Anyone say anything? Oh god. Someone ported it and they said it works beautifully. See? When I create things, there's no bugs. It just works. This mod is too overpowered on higher levels. That is absolutely true, because the XP gain is exponential. But they had an option in the config to change that. They're waiting for an SSE version. No, I feel bad. Oh, but they realized that it doesn't need SKSE. That was the whole point of why I created it. God damn it. I need to return to modding. Look at all these things I need to respond to. I don't know, as a modder, I always feel like there's kind of, you have a duty to respond to people. We'll get back to it, promise. I'll set aside some time, because now that I have all this experience, it'll be fun. So I can do this project and that project. Okay, here's the thing. I'm going to set myself a promise where when I finish free code camp, and we're quite close, we just have one more section to do, then I can start working on, because I don't want to spread myself too thinly, because then I have this project and my mods and the studies, and that's not going to go down well. So I try to always commit to one thing. I used the XP one before. What, really? That's crazy. Do you use the Skyrim creation kit? I do for bundled stuff, but it's mainly scripts that I write. So the only time I've ever used the creation kit mainly is to compile my scripts. But now with the compilers, you don't need them. You can just run them from standalone compilers. And then yeah, if I need to like place assets or create links to like say books or whatever, then I do. But I mainly do like coding, like functional stuff. I've never been too great with like animation, assets, stuff like that. Like I know what I would like, I just have no idea how to actually implement it. So if I could work with a team of people, you know, like that do textures and meshes and stuff like that, then it'll be amazing. Because if I got into game development, the main thing I'd want to do is coding. And if I had like direction, because I know what would work. I have like tons of ideas and I'll be like, do this, do that, that'll be cool, try this. But actually implementing it, the only thing that I really would be good at, I think, is coding. So that's why I'm doing that. What language is it done in? Papyrus. So it's, I don't know what to compare it to, but it's quite simple. Maybe like VB script. Apparently some people said it's similar to C. It mixes different language types. And it's strongly typed. Now that I just think about it, you have to specify the type of everything. I have a side talent as well, semi-pro Fortnite player. That's awesome. Wow. So that's your Arakan channel? Do you stream to it? My actual career is a meteorologist in the Air Force. Wow. Okay. That's crazy. And here you're doing like game dev on the side. So many talents. Okay, so what was I doing? Oh, right. Cue the anticipation. If we log in now, it should store our logged in status. Oh, what the hell is it doing now? It keeps trying to authenticate. User authentication request? Why is it requesting again? And then it failed. failed, failed. It did it 3 times. Oh, that's probably because the components are updating in wherever it is. Yeah. So every time layout changes, it's gonna call authenticate. Okay, that's not good. Okay, we can't have authenticate here. Authenticate has to move. It has to be like I thought it should be in the main app. So I guess app, it should be here. And how do we do this now? Do I connect the store to it here? We can export default the app, I guess, like that, and now it's connected to the store. And then we need these things. Map state. Oh, it was this, never mind. Authenticate is user actions.authenticate. And are we gonna have state? We need, do we need state? No, we don't. We just need to store it. Actually, what happens if you don't pass in this prop? I wonder. Let's check.
Following the family.
Bijid, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. I don't need to access state. I need to just dispatch. So how do we do that? Can the first thing be optional? Oh, because Connect is so flexible, it may help to see some additional examples of how it can be called. Inject just dispatch and don't listen to store. Oh, that's perfect. You just do connect. Oh, you can pass null. Oh, that's perfect. So we just pass null. Connect null, and then we need to import connect from Redux store. What else? Then we need to import user actions from actions. User actions from actions, and then we need to do that, and then here in props we destructure authenticate from props. There we go. Do you do this every day or do you take breaks? Yeah, I do it every day. I'm always coding. I try to stream every day, and I think I have like a 90% success rate on streaming. But there are some times where I don't get a chance to stream because it would only be for an hour or two, and I just feel it's not worth it then, so I just do what I need to do. The bare minimum is that I code every day for 1 hour a day. So there are times where I just do an hour because I don't have time, so then I don't stream. But I try not to code on things that I'm working on, like this. So for example, if I only have an hour, I won't work on this project. I will go and read up and practice on something that I might have been struggling with. So a lot of the time, if I'm struggling with, let's say, Redux and I'm not coding that day, then I'll probably read up and test things in Redux. But I try to keep my actual projects only live on stream. And do I have a job outside of this? Yeah, so I have clients that I assist remotely. They're basically on a retainer basis, so it brings in just enough to keep things going, and affords me the flexibility to just basically spend all my time studying and coding. I used to be in the IT sector prior to this for 5 years, and then, yeah, due to several reasons, I chose to leave. Best decision I ever made. And now I'm doing this. So I'm kind of treating this as a full-time job. And I think the payoff will be well worth it because, you know, I get to do something that I absolutely love and I'll be picking up skills that will be super helpful years down the line. Okay, so we call authenticate. So this should only render once, hopefully. Because I didn't think about this. Let's see what happens, I guess. Question mark? Oh, check, so it happens immediately. That was fast, damn. So we failed. Okay, and what happens if I log in? It shouldn't call authenticate again. Nice, okay, so it didn't call authenticate, great. Look at that, we're logged in. Sweet! Okay, now for the moment of truth. Guys, it needs to check if we logged in. And we should still see this little icon if I open a new tab with our app. Damn it. Okay, something went wrong. And that sucks. User authentication request failed. Okay, but why? Our server should have responded. That's never happened before. If I go to user... Oh, never mind, not user, that's to register. If I go to auth, we logged in. What's the problem? Why is it failing? We logged in. Okay, so there must be something else. We need to see what the response is. There, status is okay. Status is okay. We're fine. We are logged in. And then it's we are not logged in. Wait, why does it happen twice? What? What? Okay, so it gets a positive response from the server. It says we are logged in. Oh, that's probably because we're trying to log what res.data is, which is null. And then that triggered an error. And then because of that, we... it rejected. So basically any error inside of a promise will reject. So this might just work, guys. This might just work. So this... Wait, where's the service? Here it is. So... let's console log the response. That's all we do. And we're gonna resolve with res for now. Oh, it actually worked. No worries. It actually... Oh! It worked! Do you have a pretty good computer for streaming? Yeah, I think it's okay. It's a bit outdated now. It's an i7 4790K, 32 gigs of RAM, a 98 Ti NVIDIA. Yeah, it's okay. I haven't really run into any issues for gaming and like streaming like this. I think it's just mainly my connection. I've sorted out my streaming settings, and it seems you guys are responding to me, responding to you a bit quicker. So I guess the delay that the chat used to have is a bit better now. So I'm happy for that. But yeah, there's nothing I can do unless I physically move, you know, to like the US or something. Then the delay will be non-existent. But I mean, I guess 6 seconds or whatever is not that bad. But there's no way I can play a game and then someone says, hey, look behind you quickly or something, because, you know, 6 seconds in a game, anything can happen. Okay, so where are we logging the response? There it is. So this is data. Data is null. Okay, so we only get a response. I don't know how to feel about that. That's fine. Actually, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. We need to build a user profile anyway at some point, which will have the user's username and stuff so that we can display it. And then we'll basically take the information from there. And if the user is not logged in anymore at any point, we just destroy that data. Okay, so that's fine. So we don't... we don't care about that. Let us have a to-do here. Build a user object with information that can be rendered and store it in local storage. And store it in local storage. When logging the user out, destroy it. Okay, so all we do is okay, so what does res have again? Res just has, it has a status. So there's nothing useful that we can really take out of this. So I guess we just resolve with nothing for now. So we resolve, and if there's an error, we just reject with, I guess, no error. We just reject, no error. We don't need anything, just basic. Resolve or reject, that's all. Then in our user actions, we are not going to be taking a username anymore. So that's going to be blank. And we're going to dispatch success. There's going to be no username. And then success is no longer going to be a function. It's just going to be an object. And it is going to have just type, I guess. Like that. Wait, what's wrong with it? Oh, right. So type user action constant authentication success. Great. And if there's an error, dispatch failure. It blows my mind how much you don't have to look up. I mean, I do look things up from time to time. It's just, after a while you kind of know. Like, here's the thing with programming. It's not about the language and knowing every single function. It's about understanding the logic. And if you can think in the sense of what you want to do, like if this, then do that, else this. Like if you know what the logic is, then you don't really need to look things up other than if there's a specific function for it. But a lot of this is just basic logic. Like a promise is, this is a promise. Do this. If it resolves, if it's successful, do this. Otherwise, do this. So it's not really something you look up. Once you know it, it sticks with you. And obviously, it's different for every language. Like if I had to do C# or C++, I don't even know if it has promises. Like, can you do promises? How would that work? So that would be something I Google. But once you're over that step, it's just about logic. So I could take this logic, and if I wanted to go to, C#, I'll be like, okay, this is my idea. I need promises. Then I would go Google, how do you do promises in C#? And then I'll probably find out, okay, maybe they don't do promises, but they do something different that still has the same result. You know what I mean? And yeah, like JavaScript is asynchronous, and then you have synchronous coding and stuff. So that's also something else to take into. But as long as you have the logic, you'll be fine in any language. Because then all it is basically looking up how to do what you want to do in that language. That's the beauty of coding. You'll never forget it. It will never be, something that's not useful. Okay, so this should work. Okay, so there's only one issue that I have with this right now, and I thought it might happen, is that there's a bit of a delay, because it obviously has to make that call. So notice what happens. If we reload the page, you'll briefly see login sign up, and then it will switch to that. And it might not be an issue, but actually wait. Because we're using React Router, we never physically reload the page. So theoretically the state should be fine. Theoretically. So it will only ever happen once. Now the question we have is, should we rather wait before we render this? So we start with nothing, then we wait. Is there defer component loading React? There's lazy loading. Okay, that won't be the same. We could have conditional rendering, but the only downside to that is... Oh, but we have a timeout. We have a timeout anyway. Because I was like, what if the server doesn't respond? Then you're stuck in a loop and you don't have the menu system rendered. But I mean, worst case scenario, it would just be the menu system, and anyway they wouldn't be able to interact with the menu, because if the server's down you won't be able to do anything. So maybe that's not such a bad idea. And at worst, it's a 10-second maximum timeout. Theoretically the server will respond instantly, but up to 10 seconds. If it doesn't get a response in 10 seconds, it will reject. So that being said, if the component is in layout, what do we want to have rendered? We want the main app bar. No, not the main app bar. Inside the main app bar we have a... We could wrap this up basically. Can you have conditional rendering inside of conditional rendering? I want to see this. This would be crazy. If not, logged in. And can I render these conditional renders? That would be crazy. Maybe I don't need it in this anymore. No, it doesn't seem like you can, unless I wrap it in a div, which I don't want to do. I don't want to prevent loading the entire app bar, I just want to prevent loading the menu. You know what we can do? We can have this a component. We can abstract this into a user menu, but we already have a user menu. Damn it. It makes sense that that one is called user menu. What would we call the grouping of an login sign up and a user menu in app bar? Because basically what I want to do is wrap that up And if the server responds, oh, but that's only if you're logged in. If you're not logged in, okay, I got an idea. We have a store here. In our Redux store, we have that key which is authenticating. As long as authenticating, if it's not authenticating, then you can render. So let us add authenticating to this. So where's main app bar? We're gonna have to send authenticating to it. That's alert, that's authentication. So authenticating. And then we wanna export, oopsie. Export authenticating. And then in props, we want to have authenticating, and then finally we're going to pass authenticating down into the main app bar. Authenticating equal to authenticating. And then in main app bar we can destructure authenticating so that we have access to it, and then not logged in. Can I wrap this in another brace? Not logged, wait. Not authenticating and not logged in. Then it will render the auth menu. Let's see if this works now. So we have nothing. Yes! Did you guys see that? So basically, oh, I got me excited now. What happened? Let's try it with a new page. There, it worked there, but it didn't work the other time. That was weird. We're gonna have to test it. But basically it renders nothing, and then it just pops into view, which I think is better than showing login sign up. But it did show login sign up now. I don't know why it did that. I want to test it. When I force reloaded, yeah, it's not doing it now. I'm gonna keep reloading like 10 times until I see it happen. Oh, there it did it. Ah. It's inconsistent. I can't get it to happen every time. There, I got it to happen. Wait, so how did I make that happen? I had it while it's reloading, reload again. There. Oh, that's probably because state got wiped. You know what we can do? I think I have a foolproof way to avoid this. While it's busy authenticating, store the state, store authenticating in a user key locally. And when it's done authenticating, delete that key. That could be an option. So Where was I creating that key last time? Local storage add item. Where was that? There. So when we authenticating, so check authentication. The first thing we need to do before we do anything is local storage dot set item user, not user, but wait, let's look at set item, because I want to have an object. I don't want to have just one thing. Like I want to have a user and then a list of things. Or is it only a key name and a value, so you can't have an object? Oh, that sucks. Okay, that's fine. It doesn't matter. So we just set item authenticating to true. And then when we're done, when it's done, then we can remove it. Local storage dot it was remove item, wasn't it? Dot remove item authenticating. That's all. So if I'm not mistaken, this should work, because what was happening is when I was reloading the page, remember Redux has its state deleted when you reload. It doesn't persist. So this way we're forcing it to persist. We're storing authenticating, and authenticating will only get wiped if authentication is successful or if it rejects. So either on success or rejection, we will remove the item. And then when we load, the first time we load the app, we're going to have initial state. And here, we're going to have authenticating. Authenticating equal to json.parse local storage get item authenticating. Because then I could do initial state is authenticating. If authenticating exists, then we specify authenticating to be true, just like we did here. Authenticating true. Because then that way, the moment we load our app, authenticating is set to true. And then it shouldn't render the login, even if I keep reloading. Oh, and then we still need to use initial state. State equal to initial state. There we go. Now let's go try this. So if I check storage, local storage, we should have a key. Oh, because I didn't have to do the authentication anymore. There you go. Oh, it removed authentication, that's why. It was so quick, I forgot. I forgot it removes it when it's done. I still see login sign up. How's that possible? I thought that would have... Is it because of Redux not updating it fast enough or something? That's why. Authentication was empty. When we saw that, authentication was empty. Maybe we should set a default of authenticating to true, regardless of if there's a key or item or not. Maybe that's the better option. So initial state is basically authenticating true. Then it doesn't have to check, because maybe this check takes too long. I basically wanted to start with authentication true. Nope, still failing me. I mean, I don't expect users to be sitting here madly refreshing to see if they can break the UI, but that's just how I always am. Testing to see if these things work. So basically you have to double refresh in order to see it. Yeah, there you go. Authentication was empty, that's why. Maybe we could set it somewhere else. Let's look at... So it requires props. Or we could take it to an extreme. We can authenticate, and only then will we render. Yeah, but then the problem is you'll have nothing in your app. Ah, there must be a solution to this. I mean, it's not bad right now. It works. If you have to load it once, you're never going to see that login. Do you see? You'll never see login sign up. Never will you see login sign up. The only time you'll see login sign up is if you reload and then reload again. So do you guys think I should just ignore it? And I'm just wasting my time? Because to me that's an issue. Like, if I could see something that shouldn't be there. Also, what were to happen if I were to click on that button? Oh, nothing. Okay. Well, it doesn't break anything. When there is a will, there is a way. Absolutely. I know how to foolproof solve it, but I feel it's going to complicate our app. Basically, so you know how promises work and async functions. You can basically... It doesn't wait for things. If it's synchronous, it just does its own thing. So what you can do is... I could be like, do authentication first, then, when that is done, render the menu. The problem with... Wait... Oh. You know what? I actually can do that. Well, the problem is you can't really delay the rendering of the entire component. I have to split it up. Because you don't want to delay rendering of the main app bar. You just want to delay rendering of the... of that specific module. You can't do that in a return, obviously. So it'll have to be on a... I wonder what would happen if I have that... Actually, you can. Now that I think about it, I can have it to authenticate here, then render this. Otherwise, just render the normal menu. But then the problem is you have duplication. I would need two instances. A menu that doesn't have the user menu in it, and a menu that does. Unless I could think around that. I could just have authenticated and unauthenticated app bar, and all it is app bar with this passed into it, inside of it. Oh, but it has to be inside of the toolbar for it to work. Okay. Let me just get some water. We're gonna do this. No giving up. Alright, I'm back. So my mindset is, right now, we can solve the issue easy. It's not perfect, but it will get the job done. There's no side effects to it whatsoever. But the thing is, that is the easiest thing we know how to do right now in this given moment. But if we were to try and find an alternative way, even if it takes us longer and it's harder, that means that in the future, we'll know a way that could potentially be even better. But if we just give up and do the easiest thing that we know at that point in time, we're never actually going to learn. So right now, yes, I could give up and I could go with the solution that I just had. It works. There's no side effects to it. But there could be an even better way to do it that has room for enhancement. And I just thought of something now, which is if I have the rendering set to wait, if the rendering times out because the server doesn't respond, let's say the server is down, we can take that as an error, like a global site error, and then additionally also send the user a notification, heads up, it seems our servers are down or something like that, which we wouldn't be able to do if we wouldn't go down this route that we're going now. So there's already a plus to doing it, so we're doing it. So the first thing to do is we need app bar, we need toolbar, clearly. What do we remove from here to separate the logic? From what I can see, it seems icon button is our overall menu, our menu. So I need to basically group things between authorized and unauthorized states and then just render those in. So right now, I think these are authorized. So I have app bar. Should I call that like menu? Yeah, I think we're just going to call it menu.jsx. Arrogant, destroy the problem. We're going to absolutely destroy it. So let's do it. We need to take this out. And we need React, probably React props, I don't know. I'll have to see now. We're gonna call this menu equal to there. Export default menu. Actually, it must be capitalized because it's a component. Oh, uppercase, title case. We're not using props, so that's good. We don't need that. We are gonna have to import icon button and menu. So basically these things. We don't need app bar, so remove that. Remove whatever we're not gonna use. I think it's just this that we need. Oh, it's just icon button that we need. We also need menu icon. An icon button. Wait, menu icon. Where's menu icon? Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Why are you complaining? Expected an assignment. Oh, because I need to return this. Why are you complaining? There you go. We need classes.menu button now. We also need use styles, or make styles rather. Is make styles not available in core? Let's find out. And then we need use styles classes inside of this. Classes use styles. And let's do menu icon from icons. There we go. So this is basically just our menu. We might have to rename it because I don't know if it is our menu or not. It's basically just the icon. But when you click it, it will actually do things. So yeah, maybe it is the menu. But there we go. That is abstracted now. Export default menu. So now we can import menu. Import menu from menu. And then we can render in menu. Which means we can completely remove what we removed. Where was it before? I think it was first the button, then the name, yeah. So menu. And then we have the title. I mean, that's fine. That can render. And this can render. No problem. Menu icon is not exported from Material UI icons. Okay, good to know. There, now you can stop complaining. Then we have our app bar title, which is that. So what is the stuff that we conditionally want to render? It's this entire thing basically. I've forgotten how I was going to render because I was going to basically do if we were going to, yeah, so authentication then return this, otherwise return something else, but the something else will still be really large to return. We could pass children to it, I think. If we call this children, well actually no, just auth menu and user menu. Wow, I just realized now that there's finally not the song. JavaScript. In a promise. We can hit finally. Finally will always hit. Because I was thinking we could do then and we could do catch. But what if it's not, what if there is an error? I don't want to have to like specify the entire thing, and then I realized we could do finally. Finally is after everything is done, it will do that. So the finally method returns a promise. When the promise is settled, either fulfilled or rejected, the specified callback function is executed. This provides a way for code to be run whether the promise was fulfilled successfully or rejected, once the promise has been dealt with. It helps to avoid duplicating code in both the promises then and catch handlers. Exactly what we need. There we go. So we're going to do a finally. So it's do this, then do this, and then finally. So finally is where we're going to render everything. Now I've just got to figure out what call are we going to be making. I guess we could do the authentication check directly in here. But instead of querying the server twice, we need another service. Check authentication is the one that will query the server. We only need that to happen once. So we need maybe get authentication. Get authentication status maybe. And it's going to return a new promise. And what we want it to do is basically check state. But can we check state? This is just a service. Can a user action do that? We can dispatch. But how do we actually get a value from state? Well, actually, am I overthinking this? I might be. Hold on. We can just have a try catch finally instead of a promise. We try accessing the variable. Let's look at the try catch finally. And does it do it in order? Yeah, I think we could do it in try. Oh, but the problem with that is it will again happen immediately. We need something that returns a promise. So yeah, we are going to need it as a function. But then which one do we use? Get authentication status. This is if it interacts with the server, which is what we don't want. Arakan heading to bed. Good luck with the current objective. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. Hope you have an awesome... What's it? Evening for you? Morning? I think it's still evening for you, right? Like, what, 11? Somewhere around there? But yeah, I hope you sleep well. And I'll catch you around again sometime. Oh. Hmm. So apparently Redux Thunk has access to the entire state through getState. Oh, it gets counter from getState? No ways. That's so cool. Does that work already out of the box? Let's go test it. Tadex, hey, how are you doing? I'm good, yeah. I finally managed to solve the other issues that I had, and now I'm trying to work on conditional rendering for my menu. Basically, if the server says we're logged in, then our menu needs to reflect that. And so far it's been working good. The only issue is I want it to wait until it gets its response, because sometimes it just updates, as in it starts with the not logged in state, so there's a login sign up button, and then after a second it switches to the user menu and those disappear. So I want to avoid that and just not render the those buttons until we get an answer from the server. So that's what I'm working on now. I'm glad to hear that. I'm here to have some company while I also code. Oh, nice. What are you reading? Well, right now I'm reading Artificial Intelligence, a Modern Approach. Ah! AI is pretty interesting. Do you have any ideas that you want to work on besides was it CV? I can't remember what you were trying to... MV. It was 2 letters. Sorry, forgotten. But I know it was Scrabble. Is it based something similar to that? Is it for that? Computer vision, that's it. CV. It was CV, okay. Oh man, if this works, I'm gonna be so excited. Oh, it actually did it. It actually did it. It actually did it. Wow. So wow. We have a thunk. We actually have a thunk. We can get state. Yes. Oh, that's exciting. I'm just reading this more for the fun of it. Oh, okay. Some light reading there. AI and machine learning seem to be what's taking things over by storm now, huh? Indeed, but AI is also my weak area. But to be fair, I think many people would consider it being a tough area. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to write code, right? It's another to actually have that code be aware. Then again, I always consider AI. When I think AI, I think the ones that are like humanoid-like, that can respond. Whereas AI can literally just be, you know, some dumb robot that can do something if something happens, you know, like conditional. It's also AI. Oh, interesting question I have now that you bring that up. How do you define intelligence? In like the general sense? In humans? In technology? Or? Let me rephrase then. What would a computer have to do for you to consider it intelligent? I guess be able to perform outside of the functions that it was given. So to be able to actually think and problem solve without having been told to do so. So if I ask it something, I don't get an error back or like unknown. You know what I mean? A more like human-like response. Let me figure that out. I guess it's a hard thing to also answer. I guess definitely the trouble solving and error handling would help, because I mean, in normal regular appliances, right, if something doesn't work, it just doesn't work. You don't know why. Sometimes there might be like an error code that's displayed somewhere, but aside from that, it can't really communicate with you. So if you could have AI that can communicate and handle circumstances, or like basically adapt outside of what it was taught to respond to. It would also have to depend very much on the context, because like I said, when I think about AI, all I can think about is the future, and you know, having humanoid like what would you even call androids, basically, right? But then we're fucked, because then if they plugged into Wikipedia that was a joke. But yeah, imagine they have like the entire internet and download it in like fractions of a second. What would we really be? We would be the dumb ones then, wouldn't we? Because they could know anything about everything. So let's return a new promise. I guess I don't want every component running this thing. I want to... How can we do this? I want one response from the server, which is authenticate. If authentication dot authenticating wait, what does it have? What do we consider it to be when authenticate? If authenticating is set to true, because otherwise it would be logged in. Maybe I should just check on if logged in. So if authentication.logged in, reject, wait, resolve, else, reject. Not reject 0, just reject. This can also be written as authentication.logged in, resolve, reject, which I think will be a bit better. So this will return either true or false if we are logged in or not. From state, obviously. Then we can basically do authenticated, then we do something here. And then we need a finally. Do something here. So authenticated. If we're authenticated, and then all of this can be moved into the return. But all of this will only be rendered Well, the problem is that we don't have a up bar. We basically don't have an up bar for the entirety of this. Which is kind of a big issue. Okay, so from what I understand from you, is that you would define intelligence as thinking rationally, term from book. Let me elaborate. So thinking meaning that it has consciousness and thinks about its actions instead of following tasks. Rationally meaning that it will evaluate more of its decisions and avoid making mistakes at all costs, which is the opposite of us humans, as we make mistakes all the time. Took some time, had to go back in my book to remind myself. Right. So thinking rationally versus... Yeah. I mean, that would be the whole point, right? To make life a bit easier for us who make mistakes. And always, don't worry, I appreciate that. And what would you define as intelligence? This is... How am I gonna do this? I need to somehow inject it in. I could just have it on top of it, but it's inside of it, and that's the issue. Let's look at the toolbar API. I think that will give us what we're looking for. Children. The book has 4 terms: thinking rationally, acting rationally, thinking humanly, and acting humanely. Humanely! Never mind, I was trying to say humanely. I would go with thinking humanely being enough to be considered intelligent. Thinking meaning the same as above, and humanely being that it could make mistakes. Huh. But I mean, technically, they shouldn't be able to make mistakes if they can calculate everything. But I think if they're based on, who was it, Asimov's laws? But basically that no AI will harm a human, that's what I would consider humanely, like don't harm others. But there's obviously going to be someone who's going to create an AI that would avoid that and ignore it. So just like you have bots, right? You can tell the bots from back in the day to not crawl your website. Well, there will be those bots that would ignore that and crawl it anyway. So long as it's given as an option to the creator, you can consider that there will be such cases. So I can do children. So now we know children does exist. So where would that be? That would be inside of props. True, this area of study has so much potential, but that same potential is what makes it so scary. Let's hope it never happens. I think there was like a science in it somewhere where there's always that balance for every good and bad. Someone will make an extreme and someone will make the other extreme, and then there's that clash, so you have the good robots fighting the bad robots. I mean, it's already happening with drones. You have like unmanned drones that can fire missiles. They don't think or feel. I think that's the worst thing. The scariest thing to me is, it's always been that, especially with games, where you play those games with AIs and robots and stuff. I can deal with horrors, I can deal with jump scares, but it's always AI, like robots, because you know there's, even if it's a bad guy, you know there's at least some bit of humanity, you know, somewhere. Whereas with AI or robots, There's just none. And that's the worst part, that they won't care, they won't think twice. And I think that's truly terrifying. And yeah, I guess it's what you say, our flaws and everything is what makes us human in order to think about such things. So we'll never truly get that perfect experience, because if it was a thing, that would have to be programmed, and the thing is, how do you deal with cases that are not programmed in? Very interesting topic indeed. RIP for us humans, let's just hope more is done in respect of having AI ethics. Yeah, absolutely. Because unfortunately the quickest and easiest way to complete a task is to complete the task, right? Without there being anything in the way of stopping you. And the thing is, for us as humans, you know, let's say you're late for work, but you see someone that's fallen or has injured themselves or is trying to hurt themselves, you know, we as humans generally will try to help, unless you're a complete asshole. And that will delay us from getting done whatever we need to get done. Whereas an AI, can you imagine? Like, we just completely ignore it. Because it's not in its programming. And those flaws, as AI would see it, which makes us so slow and whatever, is exactly what makes us human, gives us that human touch. To be able to care, to have empathy. I mean, if you can have AI that have empathy, but like I said, the people who want to get things done, I think empathy is the first thing that would cut out. And as much as you'd like to force that, whereas it's a standard, if something can be created, it can also be uncreated. So that's why I said there will always be that balance of the worst and the best. One can only hope it would be outlawed, you know? And then you'd have to fight killer robots with killer robots. And then we're back to wars where men fought against men. Oh, the cycle continues. I just think it's more devastating when it reaches that level. And I'm all for, you know, like AI helping around, especially like things like for the elderly, carrying things and that, but anything past that, like the whole military aspect and what they're doing, like, I don't think that should be a thing. Children. Children. So if I pass in children from this, and then I log children, I'll know what its children are, hopefully. Log. The children of main app bar. Please tell me this will work. And then we're only going to return, this, but we're not going to have it in a finally. So that's going to be removed. That's going to be removed. And there's not going to be a then. So it's just the return. There we go. Why are you complaining, children? Okay. Yeah, if it ever reaches to war with AI, we are all doomed. Honestly, these are not the thoughts I should have a couple hours before going to sleep. Okay, well, if it makes you feel any better, there will always be people who will be able to create robots to deal with such situations. So while there might be killer robots, someone who is compassionate and cares will also create killer robots, or a virus or something to stop the killer robots. That's what I meant by there will always be a balance, you know? It reminds me of a quote by Rorschach, if I can remember it correctly, when something on the lines are, "For there is good, and there is evil, and even in Armageddon I shall not compromise in this, because evil deserves to be punished." It's a pretty awesome quote. And like, I mean, considering he's just a badass vigilante. But there will always be someone somewhere that's got your back. And I think that's what makes us human. Oh, the children. The children on main app bar is undefined. Why? Is this not a children? Wait, let's go into tabs and let's see how was children defined. We called a tab panel, and what was inside of the tab panel is what you could call children in. But this is inside of the return. The tab panel, which takes props, and those are its children, which you can put in other things. I need to figure out how to abstract the children. But that's in another function you're calling children. Oh, because you're calling tab panel. Oh. So if I create a custom my component and I put this stuff in here, yes. Then I'll get the children for everything that's inside of it. Ah. So let's move this out of that into here. And then we render my component here. Just like that. And then my component will be where all the good stuff happens. We could have that in use effect, actually, now that I think about it. Actually, yeah, that's a good idea. I have such a great idea. We just have to see if it works. Yo, yesterday you were talking about the curriculum of Free Code Camp. Was it good and worth it? And did it really take like 1,000 hours they think it would have taken to complete? The majority of it was good. There were some parts that could have been better placed, but I mean, I'm not really going to offer such great criticism for something that's offered for free, and that is far more in-depth than a lot of sources. But there are things like the ES6 section, which I feel should have been done right at the end of the JavaScript modules that they have, because it introduces you to new things that is a bit confusing if you haven't even grasped the basics and advanced of, JavaScript. I get why they're trying to teach you, because it's new things, but they should have taught you everything else. Either remove the old stuff from the curriculum or just taught the new stuff to you at the end. And aside from that, as the modules progress, like near the node section, what went from amazing I don't want to say like tutorials, but like the write-up was so good, but then you get to the node section and it's just like you can immediately tell like the quality just dropped. There's barely any information, the information is lacking, and while they say anyone is able to like contribute and such, at that point when I'm learning, like how am I supposed to contribute if I'm supposed to be taught by the people who are supposed to teach me? You know what I mean? Like I can't suggest an improvement if I don't even know what's going on. So there was a lot of Googling, and I guess it's not a bad thing. It's just, it goes from being so, I don't want to say almost hand-holding, but so well put together, and then you reach that point and everything falls apart, and it's kind of like, well, go Google now. And up until that point you didn't really have to, because everything that you needed was there, readily available. So despite all that, I still think it's absolutely incredible, and I would recommend everyone to, get through the curriculum. Don't have your expectations up that everything's going to be readily available, like I did. Expect to have to Google, and you'll be good. So yeah, it's absolutely worth it, and I thoroughly loved it. And I'm on the last bit now. But I just wanted to take a break and work on this app before I go back to it. And how long did it take me to complete? So I was doing it quite heavily for several hours a day, sometimes like between 4 to 8 hours. I don't know what my average is, but I'm still doing it past this point. But I think it took me, what are we on now? 30, 60, 90, 120. I think it took me about 3 months at a steady pace, like full time, to go from the HTML section all the way to the node section. And that's about, I think, 80% complete, maybe 85% of the curriculum in 3 months. And I mean, there's obviously a lot of stuff you can skip if you already know it. So it all depends, and other people are faster. I did the entire JavaScript beginning and advanced section in 20 something days. So it's really hard to, tell you how long it would take. But 1,000 hours, I don't know. I guess maybe they average it, and everyone learns at, a different rate. You might realize, hey, you pick this up very fast, and then you're good, and it doesn't take that long. But it shouldn't be something you rush. You do it because you want to do it, and you making an effort and commitment to the betterment of yourself for future you to thank. So however long it takes, just set aside some time and do it, and don't worry about how long it will take. Just think about, what you stand to gain from it when you're done. And don't do it from a purely financial point of view. Do it as a at the end of this you will have bettered yourself and you would have learned how to more effectively problem solve, because coding is not just about, you know, writing a piece of code and something magically happens. It also teaches you the mentality, the mindset of how to think critically, of how to problem solve, which is the number one skill that you need if you're going to code in the first place. So even if you don't end up coding, you're still going to have that mindset. You're still going to be able to think in such a way that it will help you in whatever you do. So definitely not a waste. That's why I would say don't rush it. And yeah, there's no side effect of just putting in however much you can do. If you can do half an hour in one day, if you can do hours the next day, however long, you know, you just do it. True, I have some knowledge with web dev, so I would say I could skim and make light notes on the first sections. Yeah, I didn't even make any notes. Actually, I've seen so many people make so many notes, and then I kind of feel bad because I have like 0 notes. And I guess, you know, everyone does it differently. I learn best when I physically do. And then I know people that make stacks and stacks and stacks of notes, but then they don't make any projects. So, I mean, all you do when you take notes is then recreate what Free Code Camp has. You might as well go through the curriculum again. And, you know, given notes can be condensed and helpful. I just feel the best way for me to learn is to just, you know, do until it sticks. But I guess some people are able to take it in when they write it. Whatever helps, you know, you do what works best for you. Indeed, yeah, I don't think of it as a financial way. I wanted to get some insight from someone that took it. Yeah. Well, I think it's worth it. I mean, if you have any specific questions, you can feel free to ask, because, you know, it's a very general statement to respond to, did it really take 1,000 hours? So if you have like more in-depth questions, feel free to ask me. I enjoy note taking. I use Notability apps, so when I have a doubt or something, I tend to write a keyword in the search bar and see if something comes up. It's like my own search engine, and one that was made by me, so I know I understand what I wrote. Huh, fair enough. That's pretty awesome. Okay, let's see. So my idea was to have the component there. It's gonna take props. And then we're gonna need this. There. What do we need? Login. Do we need children? No, we don't. Do we need authenticated? I don't think so. Logged in, log out. Okay, cool. So we have the basics there. Now what we needed is a return. Which is basically if no, we just have a state and we just return. So this is all going to be in a return. Return. Why are you complaining? Unexpected token. Why? Oh, because I'm not inside of something, am I? Like a div. So one downside, you have to keep returning the components. There. You happy now? Oh, right. There you go. So when the state changes, then we can send it back. So we do a use effect. Copy the one from login based on the value that changes. And then we need use effect from React. If authenticating, oh wait, we still need to set there. Now you have use state. So this will turn something into a boolean. So if authenticating has a value, it will be true. And this should be based on authenticated. Is authenticated equal to boolean from authenticated? So how about we do that? then we can just do use state is authenticated.
RolandGo88 is following the family.
Rolandgo, hey, thank you so much for that follow. I hope you're doing well. If I use effect, F is authenticated, then we can set authenticated to true. I'm well, and thank you for streaming this. Thanks, why? Why thank you? Let's see if this will work. If is authenticating, authenticated is false, else set authenticated to true, and then that is authenticated. Then I can basically do a check on if we are authenticated. If not authenticated, just realized your last YouTube video is like 11 hours long. Yeah, I had quite a long stream. I've been putting in a lot of effort as of recently, trying to push forward. Not a lot of progress, but a lot of progress in the understanding department. So I feel way more confident with everything that I'm doing now. And I'm trying to not take too big of a step so that I don't lose track, and then I can use this, you know, in other parts of this project, because it's going to be a massive project. And I mean, you know, people look and they're like, so what have you done now? Oh, you have a bar that has a login and a logout? I don't think people realize just how complex those systems are. Because I mean, you know, I think it's taken for granted. You're used to so many sites, and you know, you just log in, log out. It's just done. It's simple. But when you actually have to go and create it from scratch, like implement the logic, because I'm not using any libraries of these. I'm using API calls. I had to set up the server. All of that is done manually. So while I probably could use libraries and stuff like that, and I mean, I even am using libraries in some cases like Passport to handle the authentication, and despite that it's still complex. If I didn't do that, it would be even harder. And if I didn't use a library like bcrypt to encrypt the passwords and hash them, imagine, like, so there's a lot that goes into these systems. And I'm proud that I just have a login and logout system so far, because at least I know I did it from scratch. And it's awesome. Okay, so what's the logic that I need to check for? Because it's not if not authenticated. Because it's just authenticating. We only care if we're not logged in. So we might not need this after all. If not logged in, then show the auth menu. But actually we have to wait. If authenticating, or maybe if not authenticating and not logged in, so that means we've already done the authentication part and we're not logged in, then show the auth menu. And then if logged in, then show the user menu. Okay, that should be it. It definitely looks good, and your understanding is way more by doing it this way. Yeah, for sure. Like even now what I'm doing, I said earlier I don't have to do it the way that I'm doing it now. There's a simpler approach to this, but the thing is if I take the easy way out, I'm never going to learn how to deal with harder, more complex issues. So now it's definitely way more complex, but I'm learning new things as I'm doing it. And I think I just learned how to do conditional rendering inside a render without rendering the entire parent. So I have useEffect literally just for this. So if we currently are showing the login logout menu, but at some point in time the authentication changes, I can then just switch the two around. Instead of having to wait for a page reload, it's just done automatically. If is authenticating, set authenticated to false, else set authenticated to true. Maybe this should be is logged in. Because then logged in will be true or false. Set it to that, logged in. If logged in, set authenticated to true, else set authenticated to false. Because then we can use set authenticated. So the default state is set to whatever logged in is, and if that changes, yeah, I think that'll be best. And then we should watch logged in. So if logged in changes, if logged in, sent authenticated to true. So we only care about authenticated. So if not authenticated, oh, that's the only thing now. Okay, let's just test this and see what happens. If you don't mind me asking, how do you use Trello personally? I can see how it would be useful, but how in-depth is notes you take on it? Trying to think, Skylar. Let's see if I can get a... Let me show you what I did for one of my mods. So here's an example of when I was working on one of my mods, Skylar. So I would have my ideas in one big list, just anything that I could think of, any things that I should do, could do, would do, whatever, just chuck it in there, unfiltered pile. Then what I would do is I have something like Pomelo, but you can use whatever you want to use. And I would basically pick one task and do it until it's done. And when it's done, I would chuck it into, let's say, a version tab, because you can make model. It's not a tab. What do you call these? Lists. So I'd create a list, version 1, because obviously I've had 3 versions since this. Version 3 is still in development to this day. So what I would do is I would do something, whatever it is on that task, and when it's done, I'll put it in the relevant list. If you're not going to do versions, you can have a list like doing and done. So when you're busy doing something, stick it into the doing list, and then when it's done, move it to the done list. And then you repeat. Take something from the ideas list, stick it into the doing list, do it, and then stick it in the done list. And then as for naming them, you can see kind of what I've named things here. Add exit button to all config menus, add %xp and smart. So like just a short description of what needs to be done. I'll probably remember what it is, so I don't need a massive in-depth write up, but if I wanted more information, you can open each note individually and then just have it there in that description. And then the other cool thing to have is labels. So I have things like configurator, which is specifically part of the mod configuration, or enhancement. You can obviously have many. There's a bug, there's feature. So it also allows me to search by specific tags. Let's say I'm in the mood for bug fixing one day. I could just filter notes or items that have, the bug label. But that's just one example. There's many examples that you can follow, but that's how I do it. And for this project, pretty similar as well. You can see the bottom right, we work on user authentication check. And yeah. Roland is logged in an event. Let me go have a look. Is logged in. Where's is logged in? Were you referring to is authenticating? Logged in is, maybe you're thinking about logged in. So logged in is, I use Redux, and Redux is basically a store for React, where I can store the state of things in a global state. So normally variables are contained to their specific scope, whereas a Redux state is available globally to all components. And logged in is basically just a key that specifies if the user is logged in or not, based on the response from the server. So if the server gives a 301, then the user is not logged in. Otherwise, if it's a 200, then the user is logged in. So what I'm trying to do is set up a more advanced conditional rendering for my menu so that you only see the login sign up if you're not logged in. It's a bit more complex because I have other checks in place, and I don't want to cause the entire app bar to refresh just because something changed. So I'm trying to only change the parts that did change. And that's what I'm working on now. So use effect if logged in, set authenticator to true, else set authenticator to false. Oh, so we need to use authenticated. Okay, it was a light blue text. I probably removed it by now. It's like changing a few things. But let me know if you want me to explain anything. I'll try to explain things as I go along. I'm just trying to render this component now into this component. I think I've got everything I need. There's my component. We'll rename my component later. I just wanted to give it a name temporarily. I think that should be it. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we get the login sign up immediately. Okay, but here's the weird part, because we should be logged into the server. Let me check. Yeah, we are logged in. So... user authentication was success. That's weird. We are logged in. It should be showing the auth menu. I mean the user menu. Let's go double check our logic. Line 82. Oh, was I down there? Line 82. Was it this file? Did I maybe change things and now it's no longer line 82? Because line 82 here, there is no line 82. Was it maybe 40? No. 36. Well, you can barely see the text. Sorry, are you on your phone or something? I think you probably mean line 26 over here. "32." Are you on a phone, a mobile device? What are you watching on, Roland? I need glasses. iPad. Yeah, I guess that could make it worse. Because I'm streaming at, well, outputting the resolution to 1080p. So generally if you have a 1080p display, you would be fine. Because I've tried in the past to like, you know, have things a bit more zoomed in. So for example, I could zoom into this. So I could zoom in like this so that you'll see better. But the problem with this is it doesn't allow me to see much of my code. Like, look how much of my code I could see. Like, I could barely work like this. So I had to decide between, do I want people to physically see everything even though they're not working on the code, or do I want to make it a balance between I can still get what I need to get done and most people would be able to see it, you know what I mean? So this is like the best option for me to be able to work on it while people can still see, because this is not the smallest it can be, because keep in mind this is quite large for me. This is what I'd normally have it if I'm not streaming. So if you think it was small before, do you see how much I could see in my file now? Because I have a 1440p monitor, so I could see a ton. And this is fine for me, but I'm willing to bet you can barely see anything. So this is why, like, take this in now, as small as it is. So when I zoom it in, you'll be like, oh, okay, that's actually better. Because if you thought it was small before, so I'll bring it back to what it normally is. And that should be like quite a big difference now to you. So yeah, you were asking, is logged in an event? So logged in is, like I explained, state in my component. If we check my Redux store over here, we have a logged in true. That's how we know if we're logged in or not. And that's, like I said, the server will respond and tell us, okay, you're logged in or you're logged out. But what was I trying to check? Okay, the reason. Weird. Let's logged in value my component. You know what I just realized? It's probably going to be undefined. We're not passing anything into it. Yeah, it's undefined. We're not passing in the things that it needs. So main app bar needs to pass in authenticating, logged in, and log out. So my component needs authenticating. Wait, I wonder if I can do this. Can I just pass logged in without sticking it in? It's oh, it's going to be a boolean now. Logged in equal to, there we go, and then finally it wants authenticating as well. Wait, we gave it authenticating, we gave it logged in. What else does it want? It wants logout. Logout equal to logout. There we go. So we have authenticating, we have logged in, we have logout. Perfect, that's main app bar. And did we give it authenticating? We did. Perfect. Good night, thanks. Awesome, Roland. I hope you have an awesome one. Thanks for dropping by, and thanks once again for the follow. I really appreciate that. Oh, we logged in, by the way. Look at that. That's exactly what I wanted to see. I'm curious if I go and update. Oh, but the Redux store will only know. Can we dispatch? Let's do user authentication failure. I want to see what happens if I dispatch that. Oh! Login sign up disappears. And if it's set to success, Wait, where was that website, that pizza website that we went to, Jet's Pizza? They had Redux. Does that mean I can dispatch to their store? I love how visiting their website always crashes my page. Like, I don't know how it does it, but it does it. So if I dispatch type start loading main menu, whoa. So I have access to their... That's crazy and scary. So you can literally set whatever their action creator is. So that's maybe not a good idea to be able to set the logged in state. Because if someone just sets logged in state to true, without me actually verifying on the server, they will get the view for if you're logged in. In fact, we can see if there's a login here. So what if I set it to sign in success? Because I have sign in error. Sign in success if they have an action type like that. I dispatched it, nothing happened. So I can do the show sign in. Show sign in. Payload undefined. I see pizza. I'm hungry now. You know what I think I just realized? The only reason that I could see this state is because I'm using the dev tools. I'm being silly now. I was like, but wait, everyone can see this. The only reason I could see theirs is because they didn't remove the dev tools from production. So whoever developed this didn't remove it, because I was like, shit, but I could see their stuff and I could change it. Because did you see that? I can literally see. Look at that. I can go back and I can just show something. And I could see it as I was typing. If you buy pizza, mind sending a box to me? I'll pay back with with a nice Pepe meme. Where in the world are you, TEDx? No? It didn't work. Probably need I wonder if it's like Twitch TV, better emotes, better TTV, something like that. I guess I'll pay you with a virtual high five. Alright, now I'm in Colombia for a few days. Mind sending it there? Sure! Let me just call a friend up, ask for a favor. Jeez, I'm trying to figure out a way not to show Redux DevTools. I'm trying to figure out what protects you from injection. If someone can just add their own reducer to your list of reducers that function. Oh, they won't have a way to run it, will they? Hmm.
Okay, so this shouldn't be an issue for us. I'm gonna have to serialize the JavaScript. There's apparently serialized JavaScript. think it was this one? Let's create a to-do. So I'll look into that at some point. But for now, let's check the logic that we have. On initial run, we contact the server and we store the state of the response in logged in. So we can display the rendering. I think, yeah. Hmm. Is it safe to store it with subjects on areas to be checked back? This is something I really need to think of. I'm trying to avoid the rendering of pages now. Uh-huh. Basically, I'd need to do server-side rendering if I want to prevent views from being seen. Now we have to ask ourselves the question, is it such a big deal that someone can see this button? Because I could have it render on each time. Maybe that is the safest way to have it rendered each time.
This is such a tough one. So we can set logged in to true on local storage, and the worst case scenario, they will just see the user menu. I don't know what else, because we haven't implemented anything else, but that's what's like stopping me from progressing right now, because that's kind of like a big concern. I know it's not going to be able to do anything because they won't have access to the server. It's just, I'd love to know how other sites deal with that. Like obviously I'd have to look to see what I would have to change to fake like the login. And even if the server said, hey, you're logged in, now we can go and create a cookie locally, someone could just create a cookie locally. Ah! Why is this such a struggle? What if we return the component from the server? Let's see, is that an option?
Maybe this is a solution. I don't want server-side rendering, I just want to get a component from a server and render it. Because that would solve these simple use case issues. I'm probably overthinking this, as always. What if the rendering is based on contacting the server? That's probably overkill. But if, and then function. Yeah, I'm probably thinking this way too much. Quarksy, hey, I'm a little bit annoyed because you can obviously, so obviously everything that's done client side can be changed, right? And obviously the components that are rendered are client side, so you could just change the value of, let's say, is authenticated to true, and you would get to see the authenticated stuff. Provided obviously you won't get any actual data because the server controls that and sends back a response. But it's still a bit annoying that someone can just flip, you know, a variable, a boolean, and then see things they shouldn't see. Again, it's not, you know, private information. It's just, I wonder how the big sites deal with that. And I just feel I don't want to spend time actually looking. So, wait, what happened here? Click. So what I'm going to do is view some sites that apparently use Redux. And I'm going to see if I could change... Wait, why are all these things redirecting? Oh, that's why. Oh, it's not about authentication. It's just you're always going to need to know if a user is logged in or not. And for conditional components to render, they need to know what the value of that state is. And if that state can be stored in state, that can be changed. So unless you know another way around that I'm not familiar with. Imperialcars.com. Did that say Imperial Cars? Imperial Cars, yeah. Like, I saw another website using Redux and I could literally view everything that I wanted to view. Oh wait, apparently they are using Redux. No, they're not? Okay, never mind. They're using React. Data loading. So if I set this to true, then we see this. What else do they have that's accessible? They have a login here. See if I can target that login and make it show something else. They don't use Redux? Weird. I think they're doing server-side rendering. SSR, yeah. Okay, so this doesn't use Redux, so that's not going to help. Visit Arizona.com. Do they use Redux? They don't. Do they use server-side rendering? Well, there's no login page here, it seems. But that won't help. Yeah, that's the thing about client-side apps, but even with Redux you'll be able to access all client-side variables. Yeah, that's the problem. So I'm trying to find a way around that. So initially I was thinking something like having the component that I want to render on the server so that you have to do a request through the API. So that way only a valid response will get authenticated. And then the payload that gets returned is the component and then render that component. But it seems a bit overkill. So I'm trying to find like a middle ground. Because obviously anything that's going to be stored client side can be changed. There's a lot of like car dealerships that use React, huh? What's this? JohnsonAutoplaza.com. Can one of these sites use Redux, please? I don't want to go to that pizza place again. These are all car dealerships. Okay, do you use Redux? And look at this! They're literally like logging variables. It's so funny, these developers. Do they use Redux? Please, use Redux? Nope, no Redux. React, is it server-side rendering? It is server-side rendering. It's like one person did all of this. They're all the same. Broken code on console? Yeah. This site works. It has a Redux store, but it's a fucking mess. It crashes my browser. It is so bad. Like, you should see. Let's see if I can get it to work. Just check now. It spams you. Not even joking. My browser's probably gonna crash. Was it ordering? I think it was ordering. You have to go to ordering. There. Check this now. And I can dispatch actions. And there you go. Crash the browser. Like I said it would. That's how much is going on. Oh my god. I don't need, and look at all this. It's like literally logging every request, like in the console. Someone needs to contact these people. The response headers are being logged to console. Who does that? This is not in development. Who does this? Like, it's literally the response, the full response of the server. Express. Oh my god. Please just don't crash, because I want to show you something. King code. Your poor eyes, huh? So Quarksy, have you worked on anything before? To prevent that, like what I was referring to? They literally have all the stores. And you know what's the worst thing? It's like they haven't broken it up. Points balance. I can set my points balance. Why would you? Like, I know it's not gonna help, but it's like, I don't want to see these things. And I have like such a bad case of OCD that it really bothers me. And like, I can't progress in code further because that guy that had developed works on a bank for sure. That would be awful. Usually you'd use an auth token or say, no, I'm not talking about authentication. That's covered. Like, that's 100% secured and covered. And I have the passwords hashed and then I decrypt them when I compare them. That's not the issue. It's not authentication that's the issue. It's the state, the UI state. That's all. Every request gets routed to the API. So even if you manage to spoof something or change something, it wouldn't matter. The issue that I have is simply on how to render UIs client side without doing SSR, server-side rendering. You can render the component based on the server response. The problem is, wouldn't you have that stored in state? And this is again the same issue. If it's stored in state, someone can change it. Because that's exactly what I have. I get a 200 response from the server. So I can set something like is authenticated to true. Then all the components that need conditional rendering are based off of that. But the problem is you could just flip that in state. You could just dispatch an action. Like check this. I'll show you what I mean about dispatch. In their website here, I can dispatch show sign in, for example, right? And check this. Oh wait, I need their type. I can't remember what the payload was that they had. But I think you get what I mean. Order free pizza to everyone in chat, Des. If server response 200, render component. The thing is, Quirksy, then what about all the other components? Are you going to poll the server every time and run an request to the API? You know what I mean? So every time you change a page, if anything changes, you have to get a response from the server. And how many requests are you going to send to the server? So that's where I'm starting to think, is the benefits of that worth the resource hit? SQL inject, you know you want. But look at this. Everything is in their store. You just change things. So where's their sign up? There's their sign up producer. So there's signed in. But I'd need to know what the action is to dispatch to it. Wait, don't tell me they have it in React. Oh my god. They have it in React. Oh. Tell me they have a prop here. Display sidebar. No. No sidebar. You see what I mean? It's stuff like this. Let me see if they have any authentication checks. Did I have anything? History. I have location. Load authenticated user. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is this? Where are we on now? Display sidebar. Credentials loaded. What does that mean? Oh, fuck. So if credentials are not loaded, I wonder what that means. Because we're not logged in, so I don't know what credentials they mean. Display sidebar warning, fatal error. Yes. Something went wrong. So load authenticated user. How do we access this? Could it be a dispatch? Load authenticated user? Could it be? I wonder. Load authenticated user dispatch. Wait, what? That is actually an action? But that didn't do anything. We probably need a payload. Contact just bits and tell them your website's broken. There's nothing broken about it. It's perfectly fine. Well, since the component lives client-side, I guess you won't be able to...
D_E_S_ is following the family.
You won't be able to have the user to avoid access to... Well, since the component lives client-side, I guess you won't be able to... I guess you mean like you won't be able to prevent the user from having access to it. Yeah. DES, thank you so much for that follow. I really appreciate it. You know what the worst thing here is? Check this. If I create an account, my password, please don't tell me they do this. Oh, please don't crash. The fuck happened? They literally store everything you do in state. Like someone could literally create a exploit, or not an exploit, someone just creates a plugin that checks the state of a Redux store. What? Okay, I'm just gonna put a D in the password. Okay, we're just gonna put a D because this thing is like, there you go, there's a D. Now let's go to state and customer. Was it customer? No, it wasn't customer. It was sign up. There it is. Sign up producer. There's my password. Why would you store this in state? Take the value of the form and submit it. Why? Why would you store this in state? And the worst thing is they're constantly polling and changing on every input. Wow. That's crazy. So what else can we see? There's a pause. Oh my god. Don't do this. Okay, so what else do we see? Close this. I just want to see how they handle the user UI. Like, it's so bad that it lags, and it just crashed. Wow, they have so much things. There's so much stored in state. It's ridiculous. Like, I mean, this is my first web app project, and I mean, it looks nothing. It's almost like I'm not even gonna say anything. It's like someone's first attempt at using React and Redux. Like, you don't understand. It's not the fact that everything is in Redux and they have an action for everything. It's the fact that they literally console log everything as well. Every request from the server. Oh. Look at that. Look at that. Every request is console logged. The fact that this website even loads. Like, I use 2 gigs of RAM on this tab. Look at all this. Oh my god. Wow. Dude. I'm scrolling and it's hardly moving. I'm gonna crash my browser again. Holy shit. Okay, I'm done. I can't deal with this anymore. I'm done. Okay, so what can we do? What are our solutions right now? Wait, I think my my React crashed. Okay, let's close this up and let us npm start. Try this user to log in. What is that sequel? What is 105? Why would that work? Is that a thing? Is it like a sequel thing that I don't know about?
I mean, I think any basic validation would fail with that. So Quarksy, you still around? Come on, React, you can do it. There we go. Okay, so currently, if we log in, it will update state. Everything is great, cool. Then if you reload the page, cool, that's great as well. Today I learned why I need to stop using my phone on class. Yeah? Why is that? Going to sleep? Good luck. Class tomorrow? Alright, King Code, I hope you sleep well. Good luck for class. I hope everything goes well. What do I do? What do I do? I could have it render every time based on the server response, but then every time the page loads, you would need to contact the server. There's suspense. Wait, how old was this? This was in 2018. Do we not have a update yet? So this hasn't come out yet? Ah, damn. Yes, hey, sorry, you still there? I don't know how I missed your message. Are you trying to fetch data? No, I was trying to see if there's an easy way around avoiding someone being able to just change a variable in state to see the logged in views. So obviously when you're logged in, you'll see this user menu. And if you're not logged in, you will see the login sign up. And the issue I have is I don't want that to be a thing. Not that it's an issue, because there's no sensitive data. And I'm just thinking if I'm wondering about something that's not really an issue and I'm wasting time. I was hoping to find how other people deal with that, but it's either I'm using the wrong search terms, or I guess some people just don't worry about that. Because anything that is client-side can be changed, you know? I can go and change the name of this website to something completely different if I wanted to. So maybe I'm worrying about something that's not there, but it would allow people, if they had a flip of the button, to see things that exist. No data, just like, oh, you could actually do this if you were logged in. But if not logged in user tries to show the menu, it'll be not used for him. Yeah, it's true. It's just they get to see that there's stuff there. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you can do this. Oh, you can do that. They won't be able to do anything. It's just they'll be able to see that it's there. Maybe I'm wasting my time? What do you think? Is it a non-issue?
You can put check for auth into rendering file. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing right now. It's just you can fake that auth. You'll see here in my state, I just have is logged in set to true. And if that is true, you'll see this stuff. I think you're wasting your time. Yeah, I think so too. Unless I do it server-side rendering, which I don't want to do. I think we must just leave it. They won't be able to see any data. Alright, cool. So let's go ahead and fix the things that I just added now. I'm just going to get some water quickly. Be right back. Oh, you also have music in the background. What do you mean? Wait, I wonder if there's a way to encrypt local storage. I don't want to encrypt sensitive data. I just want to... I wonder if I can use... Huh. This looks pretty cool. Well, I'm not worried about hardening security. That's already done. It was literally just not having that show up when you change a value. And I mean, if I wanted that to be done, I could just do server-side rendering. But I think that's a bit overkill here for something that's not going to benefit the person who does it. I think you know that if you don't connect Redux devs tools, then no one can see and manage the Redux store. These tools must be connected only in dev mode. Yeah, I do. But there are still variables that can be changed. Anything that's client side can still be changed and injected. You can pretty much inject dev tools, find the line with your reducer, and inject dev tools into that, and you would have dev tools again. There's so many ways around that. Oh, that's how you can get the keys. Key 1, key 2. Huh. What's encryption namespace? Oh, you can't set an object. I think we can use this for encrypting the local storage, because even though there's nothing important in there, it's just one extra thing that you can do. You know what I mean? Because then you won't just be able to create a new key which says logged in true, because there's no way you'd be able to get it. Yeah, but the exact same tool you can unobfuscate.
Imagine using that and you can't read your own code. And this is paid for as well. But still, anything that is shown has to be able to be run. So if they have the code, you know, it's still there, client side. Let's set up secure ls. This looks like fun. I'm excited. So how do we use it for AES? Okay, so we use this. Where should we test it? I guess we can have it on when we click the show password button. Thanks, Des. Yeah, I'll be sure to check those out. Don't I have to import? Import blah blah from blah blah blah. They didn't specify this. How do you import it? Oh my god. There's no import example. Like they have all the example code here, but they don't show you what you need to import. Am I just blind? Well, let's just try to import it. What was the name? Secure ls. So it should be imported under that name, I'm sure. Import. There. Let's see what it exports. Yeah, there we go. Jeez, they have a lot in here. Do they have an export default? No export default. There, exports default secure ls. Okay, so that's the default. So we can name it anything, cool. So this should be apparently all we need. ls equal to new secure ls encoding type AES, that's what I wanted. ls.setKey key1 data test. Let's call it user. Let's say logged in true. There we go. Let's see what it looks like, shall we? So we go here, we're going to check local storage now. Storage. And local storage, there should be nothing, right? So when we click on the view password, oh, we need to be logged out for this. When we click on the view password, oh, it stored something, holy shit. But why is it storing metadata? I don't like that. Look at that, there's a user. Someone might think they've been hacked or something though, right? Check that. Damn. And there's no way for you to decrypt that unless you have like a supercomputer. And that won't be worth anyone's time. And there's nothing secure in there. Though I'm just worried someone will look at it and be like, oh, he's probably storing like passwords and stuff in there, because why else would he encrypt it? And the thing is that we're not. It's just, why do you want to see what's in there? Why do you want to see the username, you know? At least you're protecting the user data locally. I think it's a good thing. So let's check the console log to see if it actually works. The secure data? What? Logged in true. It works. How cool is that? So if we're going to store locally, obviously not anything important, at least we could do it this way, huh? I just don't like that it looks weird like that, but I mean, that's encryption for you. And what is with the metadata? What if I delete it? What will happen? Let's find out. It just recreates it again. Wait, did it change this? No. I know what you have to do. You should split your app into chunks and lazy load them on demand. Every time chunk is downloading, it is encrypted with a new key. When you don't need a chunk, it unloads and you only download it when you need it again with a new key. So you only have one needed obfuscated and encrypted chunk at once. I don't know still how you'll decrypt it, but most work will be on server side. Yeah, then I might as well do server-side rendering. Remember, we're not hiding anything important. It's just
I'm being full of shit and I'm OCD, so yeah, but I think my OCD will be happy with this. This is okay. Local storage encryption. Because then at least you can't do logged in true. So you won't be able to change the value here. Because then I would have to somehow unencrypt the data, which they wouldn't be able to do. I want to test something though. We're going to make a copy of this, but then we're going to set user to true. Okay. Then what I want to do is actually let's go ahead and use this in a real situation. So maybe in our reducer, which is over here, set a default state. How do we get it now? Get user. Okay, so we need to take secure ls. Where is it? Wait, am I blind? Oh, there it is. So in authentication, secure ls from secure ls, and then we want to take all of this and we're going to stick it in here, and we're basically going to do user equal to new secure ls encoding type AES, and then user dot set user to true and user dot get there. Now if we delete this, come on, delete. Wait, why can't I delete it? Oh, there you go. So if I reload the app, it gets stored, great. And what is the secured state? The secure data is true, great. Now the key is basically user true. I want to see if I could trick my system. I want to basically do if user.get equal to true, console.log the values match. How about that? So this should match right now. The secure data true, the values matched. Perfect. Okay. So that's if user.get. Now what if I do What if I do console.log json.parse the user key? Unexpected character. Okay, so I can't pass it. Okay, now let's not use that and just try to get it directly to get the AES encrypted key. There it is. I basically need one module because we need to do user.set. So I could import user from authentication, the reducer. I have plans for my blog on React, but I seem stuck on markup phase. Also, I'm trying to use data from Google Analytics. Hopefully I'll stream it on Twitch soon. That sounds exciting. What are you trying to create? So let's create a new service. Encrypt. I want to show browser icons of users who entered my blog on the footer. The blog is on WordPress. Oh, okay. WordPress and React, or just WordPress? And blog in React, just fetching pages and posts from WordPress by REST API and render them. It's easy because I don't use any custom data. Oh, okay. Sounds like fun. Are you enjoying it? I'm planning to build my own blog system on React, but it's such an ambiguous task. I can imagine. And it's so weird working on a single layout app. Imagine we didn't have React Router. Single page app would be so weird, huh?
I'm bored from it a bit. I wonder what we should export this as. It's a service. Encrypt local storage. Because I'm currently exporting it as user. But this is where you would create because then at least I would have everything here in one file. Where else would it belong? It's not a... It's a service, but a service would imply other things use it. Well, other things will use it, yeah. Okay, then I guess I'll leave it as a service. Export default user, because then we can import user from services encrypt local storage, because then we could do user.set. And now let's see if it created a new key or overwrote the previous one. There it is. And then the console, the secure data, logged in true. Beautiful. So that's how we can access it, because then now we can do initial state is if there's a user, if user, wait, no, that won't work. You can't just do if user. Madman. I'm working full-time on the current work with React and Redux. Maybe I should do some backend as my pet project so I could take a break from JS and React. Yeah, whatever ends up making you happy, right? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Fun stuff. We need to check if we're logged in. How would this look? We would have to do user .get user.get equal to dot logged in equal to true. User.get user.logged in equal to true. Then set user and logged in to true. No, then we must just return user.get user.
Otherwise return nothing. What's it complaining about now? The length? There you go. User.getUser.login equal to true. Then user.getUser, otherwise nothing. And then state is equal to initial state. Okay, that's that. And then when we successfully log in as a user service, we need to, when we set the key, we need to encrypt it. There's login, resolve username, catch error, log out, reject error. This looks so beautiful, but this, what a mess. Where's the login though? I thought I was storing... I thought we're storing it in... Oh, we're not storing it in local storage, that's why. I finished game in C language, which is running a command line. It was fun to do, but rather hard to debug. If I do JS at work and C at home, my brain could just explode. I can imagine. Oh man. But as long as you have fun and find what makes you happy, I guess that's all that matters, right? Import user from encrypt local storage. And then we're gonna do the same in authentication. We're gonna set how do we update it and not set? That's the other thing. Well, let's just test it, I guess. So when we log in, user.set user username to the username and logged in to true. And then I want to console.log. Okay, so let's try to log in. And we should see our thing do its thing. So right now logged in is true, so let's go and actually log in. User login success. But then why didn't it store anything? I told it to log the value.
It's so weird. Oh, there it is. Updated user value. I just missed it. Logged in true. Username JMR777. Great. So that's what's currently in it. Now what happens if I reload? Will it override and wipe it? That's what I'm worried about. Okay, it seemed to have changed, but let's see what changed. Oh no, it wiped the user. So it's just setting it? You can't update it? So it overwrote the name with just the logged in status. Can I do user? No. How do we update the key? I know how to save it, but I want to update it. Object.assign. Ah. Okay, let's try this. Object.assign. And let's just do user.getUser, like that. And then user.set, we need to do object.assign, so user key and the source. which is an object. And then you want to do object.assign target source. So the new value that we're setting is literally object.assign the target, which is user key. Wait, no, what's the target? What's target? Oh, what you're targeting. So target is what you're targeting. Okay, that makes sense. So user key and user key add to key user.set. There you go. Beautiful. Okay, so if we log out, let's log in. Okay, why didn't I assign that? This should be an object that is getting. Okay, let's log in. Oh, that's why. User key is empty. Add to key, that's what it wants to add. Merge output is a string. Interesting. There, user key. Logged in. That worked now. Logged in true. Username JMR777. Why didn't it work earlier? That was weird. Okay, and if we reload? Oh, that's because we didn't use a sign. And let's try to log out and log in. See if we run into that same issue, otherwise this is very unreliable. There, user key is blank. Why is it sometimes blank? Is this now an array, or is it a string? Maybe it's more reliable to use all keys.
Do you have a plan for the site? Maybe a Trello? Yeah, I do have a Trello. I'm trying to figure out why it's creating an empty string. Or why it returns an empty string. That's not very reliable. Check, user key is an empty string. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. And that's scary. We could always convert it to an object. I'm going to see if there's a way. JSON.parse. Skylar, how far have I gotten since you left? I added local storage encryption. So there's that. I'm trying to show someone the website you're making. Mind pulling it up? Yeah. Don't have much, but this is what I have so far. There's a login and logout system. Got a login and sign up page. And we now encrypt data to the local storage. Just things like the username. No private, personal, like, you know, confidential information. But we still encrypt it anyway. And that would just be things like their login state, their username. So it's pretty cool. So when you log in, you'll notice here at the bottom, just keep an eye out here when I log in. You'll notice that there's user and it's encrypted. So you can't see it, but when I decrypt it, where is it? Don't worry about these errors. Those are things that I moved out of place while I'm testing this. So there it is. And then I'm adding to a key. Logged in. Username. You should really use TypeScript? I mean, you could have used TypeScript there to help you with that typo. And why should I use TypeScript? Nah, in general I wouldn't use TypeScript, just because there's so much overhead, and it anyway won't help you at compile. If you do tests properly, then you should know what your inputs and outputs are, and if you don't, well then you clearly didn't write your code properly.
W168192930
So I think it's just
is
a
following
waste.
the family.
I'd rather just put the effort into writing proper test cases, if at all, and just also making sure that I know exactly what I'm working with, and there's no, basically, that things are immutable. W16, thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate that. And yes, it is metallic. Okay, so dot keys, get all keys returns an array, if I remember correctly, which is over here. Okay, let's test this implementation out. So right now I'm just trying to make sure that I'm getting the exact value from local storage after encryption. So the only thing that ever ends up being 100% accurate all of the time is the all keys method. And I think it might have something to do with the fact that I'm creating a key in authentication first. So let's test this real quick. Log out. Log in. And if this works, then I've narrowed it down. If it doesn't work, no, it doesn't. Interesting. There's no user key, no alt key methods. That is so weird. I'm gonna delete the metadata and try it again. With fresh metadata and see what the console says. Huh. That is so weird. Wow. Len, hey. welcome back. Okay, so let's undo these things that I changed while I was testing. There's something very weird is going on then. We're importing user. There's no other user. Local storage that remove item user. That's on logout, but that's not what's happening. What else is there? User key is user.get user. Let's also log what user is. Because then maybe that's why we can't do user.get. And I'm pretty sure our key is named user. Yeah, it is. Weird. Go try it again. How's it going? Yeah, it's good. I'm busy working on local storage encryption. Okay, there we go. There's user value. So user value is the entire object. There's the storage. Why the fuck is it there? It's so sorry, why is it in ls? So if I were to do user dot ls, I should be able to user ls user. I think I realize what's going on now. User is a new secure ls. So we're creating a new class from it. And then we export default it. But then why when I do get, it doesn't even have a get type. It's like literally the entire object. So if I had to perform, no wonder it wasn't working on get. But all keys, why was all keys working? There's all keys. Get object from key. Is key present? So it's got all these helpers, but they didn't document this. That's crazy. So that's user. No wonder user key, user alt, all those things failed. And let's look at the documentation again. AES. And the object is called ls, right? So what if I export default it with ls? Maybe now I'll have access. No, probably not. Because of that error. Can't believe I have to like draw through this to find it now. And it's weird because it works in the one location. Good thing I test this. Okay. There's user key 4. So that worked. User key 4 is the only one that brought back a result. So that's the storage prototype. So to access it, you need to do get item. Was it get item or get? Let's try get with user, like that. Oh. Wait, this is very interesting. Why was it a user login failure? An unknown error occurred. But it was successful. What the fuck is going on? Oh, could it be this? Trying to do user.ls.get user. That probably crashed it. Yep. I'm pretty sure that's what crashed it. Okay, so we can't do .get. I think it was get item. That was one of the options. At least we know our error handling is on point, that it didn't like crash anything, just gave a generic error. Okay, there we go. So user key nothing nothing nothing, user key 3, user key 4. Didn't we have a user key? Oh, user key 3 is null. And then all keys is the only one that's ever I feel like I'm doing something wrong with it. Because we're importing user from encrypt local storage. User is creating the new local storage. So shouldn't that be the instance of it when you export it? So then we import user. That's weird. It works for user.set. But not for getting it. And if I reload, it works for so it works there. So strange. Maybe we should pass it back to authentication. Maybe that's what we should do. Instead of doing it here. No, but the service should do it. Because it's more a service's job to do it though. Why do you need to encrypt local storage? Just for safe measure. Just because I feel like it. It's strange though that this is returning the entire class. I'm creating a new local storage container. Then I'm exporting that container. Then I'm importing it. I only have one other option to do. And that is loop through the keys using map. I know, right, Lynn? I do the crazy things. Okay, I think I have an idea, more or less. I just need to find one. I could use find index, I guess. Or we could do array index of and then use that index. Okay. Key array equal to user.getAllKeys. That should be the key array. Then I should be able to do user index equal to key array dot index of, what am I trying to find? User? Yeah, user. So then we find the index of user, and then I should be able to do user key 5 the fifth iteration to see if this will work. Then I should be able to do key array user index, because user index will return a integer of the index of user that it finds in the key array. So then I should do key array user index, and maybe that'll give me what I want. I think it's got something to do with scope, and because I'm importing it, and they probably expect you to use it localized, which I can't do because I could have many different functions trying to access it. Okay, interesting. So that gave us user, That's great, but not quite what I had in mind. All keys has the array. I need to do get item on that array. Oh my god. And we were trying to do user.get and what if I do 6 user.get key array user index. They're really gonna make me work for this. Holy shit. Why is it empty? Why is it empty? It's clearly not empty. So unless I'm just doing something really stupid. This should be working. User.getUser. That's exactly what we were using. And that is what it's stored in local storage as user. So explain why it works here, user.getUser. Then again, we are setting it and then trying to get it. What if we don't set it? Oh, now it's empty. What? That's crazy. So the only reason we were getting it was because we set it, but trying to get it at a later date, now we can't access it? Is the user variable some sort of reference to the user field? No, it's not. It's to the reference of what created it. And I should be able to do get and then the key name. What created it then? The constructor that I have. So I use the constructor to create it. So it's called user. and then I export it. Huh, so if you try to change it, so the moment I change this key, I can also break it. So if someone messes with that, where are you setting the values? From another function. Are you sure the function gets called before you're trying to get the data? You think it might be async? But the thing is, all I'm doing is calling that class. I import user from that folder, and then I try to do user.get with the key, and it's nothing. But if I set it here, then I can also get it, which is weird, and it does save it to local storage. Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is I had data that was previously set, and I try to get it, but it's just empty. Even though when I do get all keys, I could see that it's there. There is a user key, but when I try to access it, it just gives me nothing. That's what's so weird. Did you set it with user.set? I set it with user.set. Just like the example. Yeah, user.set. Otherwise I wouldn't encrypt it, because user is the function, the constructor that does the encryption. Are you still setting local storage normally like you did before? Did you remove that? No, I removed that. What's not working right now? When I set a value in another function and then I try to get that value, it's empty. So when I set it in the reducer, which should be the first thing that runs, I set the user key logged in to true. then in my user service, when I log in, on successful login, I'm trying to log in what that value is, which is user.get the user key. That's always empty. If I do all keys, get all keys, I can see it. But yeah. It's such a pity because it's really great. I might have to just resort to Crypto.js and manually do it myself. When you call user.set, is it setting the value in local storage? It should be, yes. User.set saves data in specified key in local storage. The parameter key, parameter data. So I do user.set key and then the value. In this case, we set user as the key, which does exist. We see it created. And then we have logged in true. And then get is just the key name, key in which data is stored. And that's what I do. User.get user in quotes. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But that would be really, really dumb, and if that was the case, I'll stop using it. Let's name it LS. There, now it's LS. And maybe that's what happened. I am such a fucking dumbass. Holy shit. Oh my... Wow. I should probably get some sleep. So guess what? Every time we log out, we delete the fucking local storage key. Of course. And then guess what? We try to get the key that doesn't fucking exist. Okay, good find, good find. That may not be the only issue, but I just noticed that when I hit the logout button. So I'm going to delete both of these now to get a fresh start. Because remember, every time I was signed in, I would go and I would log out. But then again, I realized I would... I don't know, let's just try. It's working. I wasted like what, an hour plus on my own stupidity? Good job, good job. Big brain! There it is. It's working. Fine. There's my user key. There's my user key alt, which also works. There's the user key 3, user key 4. My only concern now is if you delete the key from local storage, or it somehow gets deleted and it tries to check it, it like complains so badly. Do you remember it broke it? We couldn't proceed. So we need to make sure it's somehow encrypted. The author could have done better checks on this, but basically if I had to change this to plain text now, it will have a hissy fit. So let's go and add that there. And then I'm going to change user to something else. So when I reload, I'm going to freak out. Could not parse JSON. So how do we deal with this issue? If it was initially encrypted, and let's say there's some malicious person that decided to rename the value, now the thing can't be read. Maybe we should have a custom check, right? Try catch. And if it encounters an error, delete all the keys. We can do that. Remove everything. So we're gonna try this. Catch if there's an error. We're gonna do user dot remove all. Wait, what am I missing? I am missing. There. Then it should continue from that point. Let's go try that again. So we're going to set user to some random thing. Then it's going to complain so badly. Error, could not parse JSON. And there we go. It worked. But did it delete all the keys? That's what I want to know. Oh, it must have. Okay, let's try that again. Let's reload. Does it delete all the keys? Yep, it deletes all the keys that it created. Okay, good. Now we just have to make sure that wherever we try to access the data, we have a catch. So how do we implement this? Where are we going to have it? Right now, I'm trying to get user logged in. Wait, I wonder if I try user.get logged in, will it also throw an error? Let's try quickly. Let's try this real quick. If I set user to a random thing, will it break state? It breaks state. Okay, that's good to know. So initial state should be either this needs to be in a service file, and then we just import that. In fact, that probably is the best option. Because I don't have too much things in my reducer, because I could have a try catch in my reducer. And I can't have it somewhere else because it has to be in the reducer, because the reducer needs the value in order to set the initial value. Oh, why do I do this to myself? I love torturing myself. So user.get. It's too bad this person didn't add like any protection. I mean, like not protection, but like proper error handling. Well, I mean, I guess that's why I have to try and catch, huh? I can't have a try inside of a constant, can I? But I can have a function user key equal to user.get user dot logged in. We could just do that. Try user key equal to user.get user. Or we can just do logged in is equal to user.get user.logged in. We need a catch. We need a return an empty object if we get into an error. And then we could just do something like logged in I want the user object. Well, actually, the initial state should be the user object. So this is going to have to be user info. We're not going to abstract just login. User info equal to user.getUser. And then we're going to return user info. Otherwise, catch an error and return an empty object. So initial state will either return user info or an empty object. And then let's log initial state. That way we'll avoid any issues. Now we can console it. Initial state. Wait, is a function? What? Shouldn't it be returning? Shouldn't it be returning user info? If I log initials. Lol. My bad. So initial state is now an empty object. Great. But if we didn't mess up local storage, then it would look like, aha, user info logged in, true. We should probably do some type checking on it to make sure that it's what we expect, that is at least an object. I wonder if we could just do object.prototype. Instance of object maybe? I hate how hard Material makes it to sell pseudo elements. You get used to it later. What are you trying to do to it, Lynn? I'm trying to change the hover and selected state of a list item. Why can't you just use the use styles API and then apply that class to whatever it is with CSS? Something like this. You create use styles, you import make styles. There is documentation on it. Then you give it a name. In your case, you said you want to change a hover. So my example, when you add hover or whatever, there's documentation on that. And then you just, what was it? Classes is use styles. So we call use styles, which is a function that makes the styles. And then you just do classes dot whatever the class is that you gave it a name to. That's what I did. It doesn't work, really? That's strange. Otherwise, return an empty object. Wait, first we need to wipe all of them. How did we wipe them again? That command, remove all. User dot remove all. Ah, hold on. If user info equal to object user info, so if it's an object and it's not an array, return user info, else, or just return user info. If it's not that, user.remove all and return an empty object. Catch any errors and return an empty object. Well, catch any errors. Remove all and then return an empty object. It's a bit more complex now, but I think this will be good. So then if it's not a valid object, we'll just clear all the keys and we'll start from fresh, whereas initial state is just empty. So if someone tampers with it, well, nothing will be affected. So let's go around and play with it now. If we change user to something that's invalid and we reload, does it wipe it? Yes, it does. What does the console say? Initial state is now just an object, an empty object. Okay, beautiful. What else? The other test was... Oh well, we lost our fucking key now, didn't we? So I can't keep testing. The other thing that we can do is when we create the key in services, login, we can also do the try thing in here. Try user key is user.get user. Basically same thing as this. Similar. If it's not an array and it is an object, then we want to add to key is username and logged in true, and then finally user.set user info add to key. I guess we would have an else here. Else user dot remove all. And then finally catch any errors, user.remove all, and that's it. Okay, so let's console this out. User keys, user info, and that's all we need. Wow.
And then we don't have access to this because it's outside of the scope, but there. Now we should be good. Wait, why were we logged in? Fuck knows. Let's log out. And let's log in. Okay, it didn't create an... Wait, did it create an item? No, it didn't. Why? We got user key before, but we didn't get user key after. Interesting, we didn't get to user key after. We got to this. That means that this if didn't pass. If user info equal to object user info, so if it's an object and object.prototype.toString.call user info not equal to an object array, oh, because user doesn't exist yet, user info. Have you styled any pseudo selectors in Material UI? I think so. Let me see. Oh, that would have been one. Instead of doing hover, because apparently you shouldn't really do pseudo selectors. For example, link, which could have text decorations, I just set it to none. Have you googled what they say though for Material UI? And then my issue here is the fact that it's null. I just realized user.get is going to be null or undefined. Well, I could remove all the keys and then I could just set a new key. Except this time we don't merge them. We just set it to user info. Like that. Just like that. There. So we get into the function and we're like, okay, user info is equal to this. If there are any errors, we remove all the keys. Then next we check, is user info an object and is it not an array? It shouldn't ever be an array. If that's true, all we're going to do is merge the keys with the new key we're adding. Else, because it's not that, we're going to remove all the keys anyway. There probably won't be any keys, but we will remove them. There could also be invalid keys. And then we set user to user info. And now we know we start from a clean slate and everything's good. So now let's try this. I think I'm just going to use styled components instead. Yeah, that's probably the best option. I don't even know what I'm using, to be honest. Okay, so we log out. And then we're going to log in. And now let's check. User key before, user key after, it's still blank. What? Why? Why is it still blank? Did I at least save it? It literally saved a blank user key. How does that work? Because we set user to user info. What is... Oh my god! I need to sleep. Okay, let's say add to key. That's user info, and this is add to key. Now we have access to add to key in that scope. There we go, that should work now. David! I'm gonna just say your name that way, am I saying it right? Hello, how are you? Dude, I spent over an hour realizing that I was deleting the key before adding it, okay? It's been a very long night. Take pity on me. Okay, we should have nothing in the key now. Everything should be good. Let's log in. Everything should be fine. There's no need to panic. Oh, it's still empty. Did we set something in storage? Yeah, we did, but then why is it still empty? Oh, I'm logging the wrong thing probably, aren't I? Console.log user. Oh my god. Okay, that's fine. So if I reload now, we should see the value from state. There you go. Initial state. Object is logged in true. There's the username, so we know what the initial state is. Beautiful. Problem is I don't want it to store that entire thing in state, and it will. Oh, that's weird. It didn't store everything in state, even though I told it to. Very interesting. It only took authentication.
Cool. So let's see if it can recover from errors again. Let's say I change the metadata so that it can't decrypt. What does it do now? Oh fuck, my browser crashed. I'm gonna assume it wasn't because of that. What time is it in your country? 10:15, 17 past 10 in the morning. That was the most inopportune time to crash, but it's fine, we're good. Local storage there. Oh, it didn't save that. So let me go actually delete it again and see what happens. It... Ah. So who's trying to access this? I thought we had a fix for that. Didn't we? We try in authentication. We set user info. We try it. User info equal to user.getUser. Then we catch an error. Then we try to user.remove all. Oh, maybe that's the one that's causing an error. Let's see. I'm gonna log us getting there. See if we do get there. Could not parse JSON. I think I know where that error is coming from. And I can't do a try here, can I? Try user equal to new secure. I mean, we can try. Yeah, see what I did there? Catch, error, log, the big error. I think it's here that it's getting the error. But now it doesn't have access to it. Wait, can I export in here? Can I do that? May only appear at the top level. You want to be complicated? Okay. Const export default user Can I do this? No. Export default, I can. I can do a return from that. Let's just try this real quick. Oh, it's actually gonna complain like that. So there's the issue, user.remove all. The big error, could not pass. I knew it. There we go. So it doesn't know how to parse that. Okay, so const user equal to an arrow function. It's going to try that, and if it's successful it will return it, and if it can't and there's errors, we're going to clear all the keys. This is the only foolproof method that I think is going to work. The amount of logging that we have to do though, then we should be able to do and then we export default the user. And we should see all of this. Wait, hold on. Remove all is not a function. Or we could just do secure ls. Remove all is not a function. User.remove all. I see where the error is. It's over here. But that should have been in an error. Oh, that's probably why. No, still not. It caught the error, and we got to the got here. Wait, let's see what it thinks user is, because we've got to fix all these cases. Okay, let's see what user is. User is a function named user. But either way, why wasn't it wiped? It should be wiped. When we set it up, user, try. Do we get the big error? I just realized.
I don't think we do. I think it might be because we're returning. No, but it should catch the error and then run this. And this is why it's failing, because we can't call remove all, because user doesn't exist and it's in the error. And what if I set it to that? Okay, that at least lets us render now. But it's amazing how it doesn't see any issues. Like, how does that work? How does it not see any issues? We should get here. Try. Weird. How does it not see that as an error? What we can do is test get keys. That's what we can do, which is a function on it. And if that doesn't work, then we know there's issues. Are you telling me this is actually working? No, it's never actually getting into it. What? That's crazy. Okay, maybe this will cause it to error out. Okay, no, it didn't. And yet we import user from that. Wow. Okay, so none of this is gonna work, it seems. So we're back to could not parse. Because what? We tried to do user info user.get user. Yeah, that's probably why. Or we can set it to get to removal secure ls dot removal. No, stores an issue? Because it couldn't parse the JSON. Shouldn't it be if it gets an error, it will just secure ls.removal? Okay, so this will still have the user is a function? But we didn't get any errors. Yeah, so that's the one that causes an issue. Secure ls. Because you have to create a new one, that's why. I see, okay. Try. Catch. Error. Can it at least throw an error? I would appreciate that. No, we don't get an error. Why? This is the weirdest error handling ever. It's literally just an empty function. Wait, no, it's itself. What? User is user. Oh. It's like we don't even get into this. Wow. That should throw an error now. What? I'm literally trying. Wow. Okay, something weird is going on here. Because I'm trying something that should not work. Calling get all keys on a non-function. And we don't even get into the if statement. We don't even get into the error. Can now throw an error. Wow. So when I have it outside of the try, then we see the error, could not parse JSON. But when I have it inside of the try, catch the error and log the error. But it doesn't want to do that. You know what? I'm just gonna add this as a to-do. And then I'm gonna call it a day and night. I must get some sleep because I'm just gonna be wasting time going up and down, and it's probably something stupid. Especially when it took me over an hour just to realize I was deleting local storage over and over. Yeah, I wanted to be able to detect an error and recover from it by just deleting all the keys. Cool, yeah, so I'm gonna call it. I will see you guys in the next one. Thank you so much to everyone that came through. Thank you for everyone that offered their support, their donations. I really appreciate that. It means so much to me. And I will be back later today. We are gonna solve this one once and for all. We have our user authentication properly handled. And now we have encryption for our local storage. And I mean, we could have probably moved on, but you know me, I find a way to break things and I want to avoid them from breaking, because this is possible. A user could go and, think they're smart and change the value in local storage because they see it there, and then the app breaks. And we don't want that, So if local storage has been tampered with, we're just going to delete all the keys. It's that simple. Because otherwise it can't encrypt. But yeah. That'll be something that we'll do later today. Until then, bye for now.